think everyone is here. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees. This evening, Trustee Ryan will join us, or actually will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone else wants to mute, please.
Thanks, Clint. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Kevin. Next is roll call. Phyllis?
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hemmerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Laura Skwazinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Dan Harvey.
Here.
Town Clerk Phil Sarden here.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda that board members would like to pull from the consent agenda or otherwise change on the agenda? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lish.
Yes.
Lasis.
Yes.
Hemmerly.
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Shaw.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. And next is reports, questions, and issues. Is there someone who'd like to kick us off tonight?
I can go.
Okay, go ahead, Neil.
All right, thank you. On July 15th, I attended the monthly PROSTAC meeting. A couple of key points. The committee is continuing to work through identifying potential crusher fine paths to augment our trail network, as well as work towards the PROST master plan. In addition, PROSTAC spent a large part of the meeting discussing the potential merger with OSAC. I think both committees have raised some outstanding pros and cons, and they've also been discussing this they've been discussing this in independent silos. The next steps that PROSTAC had identified were to have the chairs meet with each other and then a full joint meeting of the two committees. The goal is to try and clarify historic roles and responsibilities while potentially clarifying areas of overlap. Optimally, the two groups should be able to decide if a merger or continue to operate separately makes the most sense. I'm actually really excited having this being driven by the committees rather than a top-down edict from the board. On July 23rd, I attended the Louisville Library Board of Trustees meeting. As everyone is aware, at the start of the pandemic, the library was obligated to shut its doors to help curtail the spread of the virus. A number of their staff members were furloughed and some were eventually let go. As the restrictions have started being lifted, the library is now open for in-person usage for approximately 10 hours per week. That is in addition to the curbside service that they rolled out in May. Given the dramatic reductions in operating hours, the city of Louisville has kept the library budget by 20% and asked the library to assume a similar decrease for 2021. My concern is that the town of Superior submitted its full $350,000 payment in Q2. That represented an 8% increase on the 2019 submission. Further, Louisville has not communicated formally with the Superior about any sort of payback or carry forward of our excess contribution. Effectively, the town of Superior is currently subsidizing Louisville's intent relative to the 2020 budget. The town of Superior is currently subsidizing Louisville's contribution reduction by approximately $70,000. So it asks that the town manager confirm Louisville's intent relative to the 2020 budget and Superior's contribution. Further, I would suggest that the board queue this up for discussion about the IGA now that we're 10 years into its life. We have a board seat, but no influence over the actual budget. While the Louisville Library is open for approximately 10 hours, open for about 10 hours a week, both Boulder and Broomfield libraries are significantly more accessible. I attended the TSC meeting last Monday with trustees Ryan and Skwazinski. I'm excited about the partnerships that Alex has formed, such that Superior's bike striping can become much better. I'm also fully supportive of trustee Ryan's desire to formalize the town of Superior construction planning so that it comprehends all road users, be they bike or car. No construction project should ever optimize the use of the road for one group over another. On August 4th, the Finance Committee held its second meeting of 2020, and we can all see in the packet this week, our town financials are holding strong. I won't regurgitate everything that we discussed, but I'll leave you all with one thing that really stuck in my mind as we discussed paired tap fees. Reducing the fee, while potentially advantageous to lowering the price point of a home, does not necessarily reduce usage. The fee or cost isn't necessarily arbitrary, but based on the number of inputs that staff is going to provide us more input on. Finally, a few thanks. I want to thank staff for working on the drainage of the dog park. The water pooling issues there have been an irritant for me, especially with the dog that likes rolling around in mud. So I'm really happy that this is getting fixed. Thanks to CAPS for the slew of art installations the past month. I'm really excited about what I'm seeing. And I plan on heading up to Purple Park after this meeting so I can see the pop-up installation at night. And finally, thank you to the community for the patience during the 88th Street closure. This has been really inconvenient to everyone and some far more than others. I'm happy not just that the entire project is just a couple of weeks behind schedule, but the project has been managed in an extremely safe manner. But we are at that critical point nearing completion, and safety protocols sometimes get glossed over near the end. So just a reminder to everyone, stay safe. That's it.
Great, thanks, Neil. And Ken?
So I'll go ahead and start my reports with a thank you as well. This morning we received a email from a concerned citizen related to vehicles using the path between Reliance Circle and Enterprise for vehicular access rather than pedestrian access while the southern part of 88th is closed for construction. I just got back from a bike ride a few minutes before this meeting and saw that we already have cones out there, and I anticipate that we'll be monitoring that further. So thank you, staff, for getting something out there the same day that we got a complaint. Again, I was at the finance meeting with Trustee Shaw and Trustee Hammerly. I'll leave you with a few things that stood out to me from that meeting. First, town staff pulled together a list of unfunded projects. In total, there were nearly $52 million of projects from both the 2021 budget that didn't have any funding allocation, as well as unfunded projects from other sources. This list wasn't meant to be something that every project needed to be funded, but rather a population of projects that are either contemplated or have been contemplated at one time or another in the past. But with that said, just because not all of these projects need to or deserve to go forward, it doesn't mean there wasn't some valuable information in there. Of particular note, there was nearly $15 million of unfunded street projects alone. So we're talking about projects that are directly necessary to maintaining vital infrastructure, and that doesn't even include construction on updating our pools or anything else that's going to come out of our post-master planning process. So we do have a significant amount of unfunded projects leading into the future. The other takeaway that I thought was very interesting from the Finance Committee, of our COVID relief funds that were allocated through the CARES Act, we have roughly $400,000 that we are forecasting as spending, leaving $185,000 of funding from the CARES Act that's allocated to us that we don't necessarily have a use for at this moment. With that said, I would appreciate it if town staff took the time to pull together some options for how that could be used, whether that's another round of stimulus efforts for our businesses, or whether that's some stimulus that goes directly to our residents. We talked about some interesting ways other municipalities have given stimulus directly to residents, but any other thoughts and ideas that staff has, I'd appreciate hearing, but I want to make sure that we use everything that's allocated to us to benefit our residents while we have it. Finally, on August 5th, I attended the Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting. The entire meeting was virtually dedicated to discussing COVID-19. We did receive several updates, but one of the updates was from the executive director of the Boulder County Public Health Department. And of particular note, there was a slide in his presentation that talked about COVID prevention compliance observations, and they actually send people out to the various municipalities in Boulder County and do observations of both mask wearing and social distancing. And I'm very happy to report that Superior not only had the highest number of observations of every municipality they looked at, so we had the highest sample size, but we also had a 99.2% rate of mask wearing based off the observations, and had a very high rate of social distancing as well. So I commend our residents for taking the pandemic seriously and encourage everybody to continue doing the good work that they are. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Sandy, would you like to go next? And then Laura?
Sure. I attended the Denver Regional Council of Governments meeting on July 15th. A significant part of that meeting was just reporting on the impacts that COVID has had on various programs that are happening. One of the things that I also wanted to give the group an update on, I had shared with you at, I think, our last meeting that there was an RTD oversight committee that was being appointed by the governor. And I just wanted to let you know that we will be represented from Boulder County. And all of a sudden, I just had a massive brain. One of our county commissioners, whose name is
Elise Jones.
There you go. Thank you. Elise Jones has been named to that group. So that's great to know that Boulder County and DRCOG will both be well represented on that. I did attend the Finance Committee meeting. I had some technical difficulties, so I was a little bit late getting on it. But as usual, we're learning more and more, and through that committee, and I encourage others to participate as they can. We actually had a representative of the community join us for the meeting. So that was very nice to have somebody interested enough to listen to us talking about numbers. The last thing I wanted to do was to remind the community that we have a naming contest going on for the open space formerly named CenturyLink, and you can go out on the town website and either vote for one of the names that's been suggested already, or you can also come up with a name of your own. If you go out to the shapesuperior.com website, you can get involved in that competition. This is the biggest purchase we've ever made, and I'd really like to see our residents become a part of the forever name of that property. Other than that, I have nothing to report today.
All right, thanks, Sandy. And Laura?
On July 17th, I attended the Historical Commission meeting, and I wanted to let everyone know that the Historical Commission has had a lot of questions about when and whether they can move back to having their meetings in person. It's interesting. The Historical Commission is the only one of our committees that has permission to do a combo of virtual and in person. As you might remember, last year we had that option to allow our Historical Commission members to call in even while the rest were meeting in person. So they would really like to go back to that. One of the challenges, though, is a space to meet. Obviously, it would need to be filmed. It would probably need to be at town hall. And that would mean if the Historical Commission meets in person, we'd have to force a staff member to be there to open the building, to get it set up, etc. So we kind of talked about both me and Brian, who's our staff liaison. We really strongly suggested, no, we're going to focus on virtual for now. That's what all the committees are doing. That's the safest option. But did want to bring that up to the board in case anyone had thoughts on that or wanted to propose changing that policy. As Neil mentioned, we had the TSC meeting last Monday, and then also this past Friday, Trustee Sandy Hammerly and I hosted First Friday, along with, I think, just about everyone here in the room. It was fun to have such a high turnout of board members there. One of the topics we did talk about was Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. And I know either Kevin or Mark will be reporting on that during reports tonight. I've had several people reach out to me that they're looking forward to it. So just a reminder.
All right, thanks, Laurie. Let's go with Kevin and then Mark.
Sure, evening, everybody. Nice to see everybody. I know we had a couple weeks off, so hopefully people are rested. Last Monday, mentioned by a couple of folks, we did have the bi-monthly TSC. I'll go into a little bit more detail. The meeting, because I do want to call to your attention something in particular, really two things. One I'm prepared to talk about, the other less prepared. The meeting minutes weren't loaded into the packet, but they were received in detail on your email. First, before I get into any details, I really want to thank Alex for creating that ad hoc committee to focus on striping improvements, particularly for cyclists. It's something that we've really encouraged Alex to do for a while, and he assembled a group of experts. It was very much of an ad hoc committee. I'd like to see that ad hoc committee be something more permanent every time we do road construction or restriping. Definitely something that we should consider. There's experts out there. A lot of us on this board are using the roads for running, for walking, for cycling, and for driving, but want to make sure that we don't just think about this as a cars first type of mentality that I think historically maybe we've done. So really great job, Alex. Second, CDOT and DRCOG have announced a grant program that emphasizes safety and multimodal accessibility. The response time on this is really tight, and so do read that memo and the meeting minutes, and if you have any questions or concerns around what Alex and Matt are proposing, please take those questions or concerns directly to Alex and or Matt. The TSC agreed with the recommendations from Alex that the top candidate would be the McCaslin, Indiana roundabout, which is estimated at about $2 million. Our share of that would be about 20% or about 400,000. These are just high-level estimates, and which is in our plan for the future anyway, although to Ken's earlier point, not currently funded. So it would be nice if we could find some grant funding for that. And also an extension to the unfunded extension to the 36 Bikeway, which I think was segment C, is how it's referred to, which is the part on Rock Creek Parkway. So two great projects, very consistent with the goals of this particular grant program. There are a few other ideas that were discussed, won't go into detail here. But I think those are the two best candidates. Again, if you have questions, please let Alex or Matt know. Second, as Neil indicated, there's something that I think we've done a really nice job, and I'm not terribly prepared for this, so bear with me, but I want to be sensitive for a reason that will become evident, I think. We've done a really nice job in this particular board, as well as the previous boards. When we approve road construction, we ask the question around cyclists and pedestrians and ensuring those cyclists and pedestrian safety. I have every confidence that this board and the next board will ensure that same safety, but I would like this board to make sure that that type of safety and the question around these are not car first roads, these are cars and multimodal roads, and sometimes there will be cyclists and pedestrians. And if we as a board and future boards choose to do road construction, let's ensure that there is safety, which would include flagging, signs, and every possible assurance to do so. And the way we could do that is by codifying that as part of our town code. So I've started to scribble out some things that I'd like for this board to consider that would be part of the town code to ensure that every future road project will make sure that the safety of pedestrians and cyclists will be ensured. So I don't have that prepared today, but Neil indicated it's something that was briefly discussed, so I didn't want that just cryptic comment to be left unsaid without any further detail. Second, the meeting that was held last week was facilitated by the airport, and specifically Director Anslow at the airport, but the meeting that Mark and I had was really with the flight schools. Like any time, a lot of the comments we get from the community, as everybody knows, is around the noise complaints. Like any time you have a neighbor who is doing something unexpected, whether or not it's parking their car in the front lawn or making noise that you don't expect. The right thing to do is not to escalate, to complain. The best thing you should do is knock on that neighbor's door and say what's up and invite them for a cup of coffee and better understand where they're coming from. That was the exact intent and spirit of the meeting that Mark and I had with the flight schools. We wanted to just ask some very fundamental questions around how many flight schools are out there, how many airplanes are out there, how often do those airplanes fly, how does a student choose an airplane. We learned a lot. It was a relatively brief meeting, only an hour. Very appreciative of the 3 flight schools that attended, 3 of the 5, the 3 biggest. Each of those flight schools represented, there were 2 that had about 30 planes each, and the third had about 20 planes. Western Air had about 20 planes. To be clear, Rocky Mountain, McCleary each had about 30 planes. Western Air has about 20 planes. There's a 4th flight school that has a few planes. And then there's the helicopter training school. A lot of the feedback we get from our community isn't necessarily on the helicopter noise. So this was just a first conversation, very collaborative, learned a lot. We did talk a little bit about the upcoming roundtable, but the framework and the details of the roundtable were out of scope for the conversations that Mark and I had. So Mark, I know you're next on your update. Feel free to give any additional details, but again, really appreciative of those 3 flight schools for joining us and appreciative to Director Anslow for the facilitation of the meeting.
Thanks, Kevin. And Mark.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Yeah, Kevin really summed it up pretty well there, so I don't want to belabor anything too much, but I'm definitely appreciative of Director Anslow and the flight schools for taking the time to meet with us. We did learn a lot. I hope that this conversation that we're having can continue through the airport roundtable, but then also with the town board, and frankly, I think a meeting or some dialogue that we can start having with the Jeffco County Commissioners, I think would be a good next step, so they can appreciate the impact that their property, their airport is having on surrounding jurisdictions. So I think that would be a good next step. One of the data points that we received from our consultants over the past couple of weeks was about flights, the landing fees that are charged by various airports, not just in this area, but nationwide. And RMMA currently does not impose any landing fees on flights that are taking off or landing at RMMA. I believe that if a landing fee were to be imposed, that potentially could impact the economics of flight school operations of people who are just learning how to fly and not necessarily looking to become commercial pilots, but just learning how to land and take off. And if it ends up costing them a little extra because of the landing fees that are being imposed, that's something that we've seen other airports do successfully for purposes of mitigating noise. And I think that would probably be some appropriation. And I think that's probably their call. So, but it was a good meeting. I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation with the airport and with the roundtable. And yeah, I'm really appreciative of the fact that the flight schools took the time to actually meet with us, because obviously they're under no legal obligation to meet with us, but it was nice for them to do so. Lastly, just a request from Matt. I rode my bike down 88th, looking at the progress. Everything looks like it's moving along. Can you just briefly report on the status of 88th? Are we on track for an August 15th completion date? What should the community expect? And that's everything I've got.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And good evening, everyone. And I hope everyone had a good couple of weeks off. I've been continuing meetings via Zoom with Metro mayors and the Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, and it's just good during this tough time to have the collaboration of other mayors and their ideas and thoughts on the pandemic that we're continuing to deal with. So I appreciate appreciate all that good collaboration. Other than that, I don't have any other announcements. I think most everyone else covered them. So we'll go now to Matt.
Thank you. Let's see, a couple things. Virtual meetings. So just to follow up on that, my comment to the board tonight was going to be, we're going to continue with virtual meetings through the end of the year unless I hear otherwise from the board, and that includes committee meetings. So that's my plan moving forward, unless I hear otherwise from the board. We have about 8 board meetings left plus the retreat, so it's not a ton of meetings for the remainder of the year. November, we may not have any meetings, depending on when the election is certified by the county clerk. So that's the plan moving forward, but if I hear differently from the board, then we'll make those changes and let the committees know as well. With regard to the PROSTAC-ROSAC merger, I haven't received what I feel is strong support, majority support to merge these two committees. So we have outstanding applications to fill vacancies on the boards, or those two committees, and plan to move forward with those applications on August 24th with appointments occurring in September, unless I receive different direction from the board. With regard to 88th Street, the bottom lift and intermediate lift from Shamrock to the roundabout was done today. The top lift, which is the final lift, is going to start on 88th Street, the entire section starting on Wednesday. Plan to have this wrapped up by Friday, and the road would be open at that point. We'll still have striping and some cleanup stuff and some trail work to do the following couple weeks. But we plan to have the road open this Friday. We're looking to see if we can get access at night from Shamrock to the roundabout to those residents in those neighborhoods, so that they don't have to go all the way north through Louisville. So we're looking hard at that to see if we can do that safely at night, to get those access to those residents. During the day, we'll likely have closures from the roundabout to Shamrock for the top lift paving, but look to be on schedule for the end of this week and having the road open, and then there'll be additional striping next week and cleanup stuff the following week after that. Any questions about the road project?
So just for clarification, when will the public feel like everything is back to normal?
Should be the weekend. There'll be temporary striping measures in place this weekend, and then final striping next weekend, but the road will be open to traffic. So as far as disruptions from that perspective, those should end this Friday.
Thank you.
And I think that was the topics I had.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And Dan, any announcements from Town Attorney?
Nothing to report from us, Mayor.
All right, thanks. And Phyllis?
No, I don't have anything either. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, next we're on to public comment, and this is public comment on consent agenda presentations or non-agenda items. We've got 2 presentations tonight, an economic development update and energy sustainability presentation. So at this time, we'll take public comment on consent agenda, non-agenda, or presentation. Just signal by using the raise hand feature on Zoom, and we'll give you the opportunity to speak. Going once. Okay, Brad Walker, you're up. Brad, just unmute and you can start. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Unmuted. You can hear me now?
Go ahead.
Awesome. Good to see you folks. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm not feeling too confrontational tonight, so I won't be bitter with my comments because sometimes they do come across as that way. But I did attend the Finance Committee meeting. I was that lone person from the public. I think it would be, I wish my fellow citizens would attend more meetings like this because it's extremely informative, very important, but I am reminded of the old adage, how the sausage is made, because some of those numbers are incredibly boring. I don't know how staff and the town board works their way through it, but kudos to them for doing such. I wanted to make a real quick comment about landing fees. I would tread gently there. That's a little bit of a third rail for pilots. And, you know, the FAA tower doesn't collect fees. They collect taxes, but they don't collect landing fees. That's done somewhere else. So, you know, even if the airport did enforce a landing fee, collection would be problematic. And lastly, I'm really anxious to get the IGA for the noise roundtable going. I believe that should be happening sometime in September, October timeframe. And, you know, Matt's been great about responding. I think I've been pinging him about every couple weeks, and I'll try to be less frequent with that because I'm sure you get enough emails from people. But I think everyone's excited, if you can call it that, to get moving on the noise roundtable. And hope everyone's well, and thanks for all your service. Have a good night.
All right, Brad, thanks for the comments. Anyone else in the public like to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to our presentations. First, we have economic development update.
Thanks, Mayor. Town has hired Better City as our economic development consultant. They've been doing an excellent job, in my opinion, over the past almost 2 years now. Adam Hughes, who is the CEO of Better Cities, is on with us tonight. He's going to present to you on an update on regional trends, activities related to the town, and any other questions that the board might have for him. And with that, I welcome Adam.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me this evening. And Matt, how would you like me to share the screen? Is that something I need to be doing on my end?
Martin might be able to do it for you if it's easier for you.
Yeah, if you could, Martin, that would be great.
Just give him a few minutes there. There we go. Okay, he's got it pulled up. I don't know, Adam, if you can see it or not, but it's up on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, you know, the COVID-19 is continuing, obviously, to reshape the landscape in a lot of different areas that we'd been focused on pre-COVID-19, and has really resulted in a drastic change in our scope of work. And so I think the agenda today really reflects that. First, we wanted to start off with talking a little bit about things that we're working on in coordination with the Boulder County Economic Recovery Task Force, some level of effort with business retention efforts, and lastly, continuing dialogue with recruitment prospects. Next slide, please. Okay. So the county task force is doing a number of different things and developing a recovery plan to align resources and prevent a duplication of efforts. Two of the areas where we felt like it would be valuable for us to be engaged with the county and with other municipalities and economic development stakeholders was in the areas of capital for small business and technical assistance for businesses as well. And so we're involved with a subcommittee that is inventorying capital sources at the local, state, federal, and also the private level. Sharing that with our local businesses, making them aware of what sources are available, tracking programs. Colorado's launched Energize Colorado, which is a really great database of resources for businesses to understand what resources are available across the spectrum. A lot of technical assistance and small business loans and those types of things. And then also assessing the capital needs for small businesses. And, we frequently are surveying businesses, or the local businesses, particularly paying attention to those that are brick and mortar and understanding kind of where they are in the process, what their outlook is, and what their needs are. And I'll touch on that on the future slides. Then another one is technical assistance for businesses, again, connecting them with resources, determining what technical assistance they may need, and really just being plugged into the broader discussions that are happening at the county and more regional level. So we can be a resource for local businesses. Next slide, business retention. We're working with 36 local businesses, having dialogue and communication with them regarding needs, programs utilized, the process of recovery. What we're seeing is that a lot of businesses have, they've been able to maintain payroll a lot because of the Paycheck Protection Program, but those funds are coming to an end. Some of them have already been spent, and a lot of businesses now are really hopeful that the federal government will pass another round of stimulus funding and expand the PPP program for another round. And I can say a lot of our local businesses would benefit greatly if that were the case. Some are really wary. There's been some discussion at the regional level about maybe looking at setting up a revolving loan fund. The businesses that we've talked to, many do not have interest in pursuing something like that and in taking on more current liabilities with uncertainty of when business is going to normalize for them. So they're a little apprehensive about pursuing something like that. Again, really wanting additional stimulus package, an additional stimulus package to be passed to help them through this time. Brixmor, we've had a brief conversation with them. They're really focused on just stabilizing what they've got and managing their capital until COVID-19 passes. So they have really put a pause on pursuing redevelopment at the Superior Marketplace. They're just trying to stop the bleeding and really focus on stabilization at this point. And they hope to pick the project back up in 2021.
Hey, Adam,
Yes,
just a question. When you say they're focused on tenant retention, and I'm gonna couch this with the fact that I've talked to a business owner at Brixmor, in the Brixmor space, that's literally received no communication from them. Like, what specifically have they done for the Superior Marketplace here in Colorado? I mean, what's on the slide sounds like a high level. We have 425 properties across the country and we're working on all of them. But what, if anything, have they done for Superior?
That's a good question, and I don't have any answer for that, unfortunately. The one thing that they've communicated to us through their leasing representative is that they do encourage their tenants to go to their website. They have a form to submit to request, some form of relief with utilities or with rent, things along those lines. And that's what they've communicated to us to communicate to the tenants. And that's really been kind of the extent of our dialogue and conversation with Brixmor and what they are able and willing to do.
So that's the high level. And have they sort of granted any of the businesses in Superior any sort of an abatement on anything, or are they just not going to be that level of transparent to us?
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that level of transparency with them. That's something that we could poll the tenants and see if they've seen any type of relief from Brixmor. But
Yeah,
that's the specific question that we've asked them.
So
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I appreciate the background. Thanks.
I'll weigh in as well, and just as you continue to talk to Brixmor, I gave them a hard time for their pretty slow strategic relationship and willingness to invest, and it sounds like that's going to be further delayed. You could relay to Brixmor, hopefully they'll watch this video or read some meeting minutes. I would encourage them to come to us as a partner who's willing to be flexible for things around a redevelopment project. That can include changes to zoning, approving TIFs, other tax incentives before it is too late. When you drive down 36 to Denver, retail is getting ripped out and replaced with multi-use residential. At some point, there's just no longer going to be a need for this mixed-use residential. This Brixmor property is a gold mine for that type of development. And this board signaled hard a willingness to be flexible. And I continue to be disappointed with Brixmor and the lip service that they're focused around tenant retention, which to me sounds like, collecting the rent and holding on. And so I continue to be disappointed with Brixmor and hope that they'll come to the table with some idea of a strategic relationship with a plan to redevelopment sometime soon before it's too late.
Well, thank you for your comments on that. And yeah, we share your frustration. They had been slow to develop plans and form those relationships. And I think part of it is they're just a really large organization, and they're retail developers and operators, and they're charting new territory in a lot of different ways, and certainly not quick to do it. So I'll certainly communicate that. I'll see what information I can gather in terms of what they've been willing to do and able to do with the tenants at Superior Marketplace, and circle back to the board with that information.
Thank you.
Next slide, recruitment. We're seeing just a lot of pause in the market, as I think everyone could understand. But we've tried to keep relationships warm, understand where they are, what their timeline might look like in terms of COVID-19, whether they're seeing a V-shaped recovery. It's looking more like a U-shaped recovery. And some are, pushing back their timeline. They still have interest in the market, but things have really delayed those plans. And some are still looking for locations, and we'll move forward when the right space is available. And so, we've had some dialogue with some hotel groups that are still evaluating locations and have interest. But again, this is something where there's not going to be financing available for a hotel. What we do know is that it's an extremely challenging environment for them in particular. Same with retail, entertainment. COVID-19 is reshaping the landscape in each of those different areas, as well as office. And in some cases, some developers are just waiting to see how things play out, and tenants are as well, and how the COVID-19 and remote work, telecommuting, how that's starting to play a major role. If that means, tenants are really looking at ways to right-size office in the future. I think a lot of this is going to play out over the course of the next few months, and see how COVID-19 is really going to change, the development landscape. So that's really where we are. We're continuing, obviously, to focus on the task force, business retention, and just trying to keep relationships warm on the recruitment side of things. But I would anticipate, over the course of the next few months, that our level of effort is going to be somewhat limited just based on opportunity. And you'll probably see that in terms of, we're we're not going to bill hours just to bill hours. If we don't feel like there's going to be a return on that, we're just going to be in a holding pattern in some areas of our scope of work until COVID-19 normalizes. So that's where we are. I'm available to answer any questions that the board might have.
I'll go. Adam, thanks for the update. And the packet, the long version of the packet, all the commercial brochures was actually really helpful to see how the Superior assets are being pitched. And the executive summary is great for everything you're working on. But I think I'm still looking for that next piece in terms of what is it about Superior that we need to offer. And obviously the COVID pandemic meltdown has made it really difficult. But if the city of Broomfield is literally offering an incentive for a 75-person firm to expand, and it's like 20,000 square feet, what are the table stakes that we need to have on the packet when it goes out? And obviously, don't answer that now. I mean, I think that's for me. And we've asked, in the finance committee last week, we've asked Paul for, I get it, office, retail, everybody's looking, down the edge of a cliff, but it will rebound. And, if we're playing catch up at that point, we're going to miss it. What can we throw out there? Because I bet you, for sake of argument, we said you get a $10 million credit, if you sign up today, we will have people knocking down the door to show up. Is that the right number? Of course not. But the point is there are still companies that are growing. There's still companies that are expanding. How do we get them?
And Adam, I'm going to add on to what Neil said. I want us to have a better idea of what type of package we need to put out there. I know we had some early discussions about this a year and a half ago now, but looking around at the landscape, we have downtown Superior that has several blocks that do not yet have a FDP approved on it that are zoned for commercial and office. I want us to be focusing on what goes there. I know that we are in the midst of COVID-19. I know that across the nation, firms are reassessing whether they even need office space, but I want us to be able to have that next announcement that Louisville had with having someone like Medtronic interested. We have those resources. We're right on a highway. We have living already built up around it. We've got everything we need there, and that really is that last puzzle piece that I see that's going to be able to deliver the daytime population to support our restaurants. It will give us that full ecosystem. So that's, as you consider where your resources are best utilized going forward, my 2 cents is focusing on what we can get into downtown Superior and hopefully some type of anchor office user that can deliver on those daytime heads.
Okay, yeah, thanks for sharing that with me, and I'll work with Bill on that, put some thought to paper and see what we can come up with in terms of a competitive package and how we can refine the pitch.
Thank you.
I did receive some feedback recently regarding Superior and what we have to offer, and in particular with a potential economic development prospect. And I think with Metro Denver EDC, we are viewed as being business friendly, and I think that works to our favor. And hopefully that can be something that will help us in the future with other prospects. But yeah, Trustee Shaw, to your point, focusing on what type of package we need to put out there, we can certainly look at generating some specifics regarding that, as well as incentives in particular, and how we might be able to attract a large office user. And shifting our focus, I think, to those companies, e-learning, remote work, those types of businesses that are really experiencing some benefits in the current environment. Any other questions or comments?
Adam, I had one question. So there was a reference in the packet for the Safeway that was sold on June 10th to Albertsons. Should we expect that they're going to be rebranding that as an Albertson? Is there going to be any investment in updating that store? Do you have any additional information about that particular transaction and what the plans are of Albertsons and running that Safeway?
We don't know, and they've been not very transparent on their future plans for that location. We were able to find that actually through a subscription service that we subscribed to, that found that it was a real estate transaction, basically an internal transaction between those companies. We can reach out to the general manager of that store and see what information they might have, but I know in the past that they haven't been very, very willing to share that information with us. But I can check on that. That's a good question.
I just, one parting comment I just wanted to make, and what Trustee Lish had referenced with Medtronic, it got me thinking. The town of Louisville, the city of Louisville, they're taking a 2-week time delay on. They're taking a 2-week time delay on the Red Tail Ridge decision, and there's a quote in the Hometown Weekly about from the Medtronic lead. Basically, it says Louisville remains a good location, but it's not the only location. Medtronic can't wait indefinitely for Red Tail Ridge to be approved. So, I mean, this is the point. When it comes to business development, we can put something out there, but the key thing is making sure it's competitive and it stays competitive, and we stay attractive. So, I know we've taken a passive attitude, let people come to us and pitch what they want, but a lot of companies, they look at what's offered before they come back and ask for something else. So let's just kind of think of it that way too. I'm sorry if my audio cut up a little bit.
I was able to catch everything. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Neil. And thanks, Adam, for a great presentation and great continued work. We appreciate all that you're doing with us.
Yeah, thank you. And if any of you have any other items, feel free to reach out. At any time, I'm available.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next presentation is energy sustainability presentation.
Thanks, Mayor. Earlier in the year, the board expressed an interest in establishing sustainability, renewable energy goals for the town. In preparing for that discussion of goals, we retained a consulting firm, Rocky Mountain Energy Management, to complete an energy baseline audit of our town facilities. They had done one back in 2012 for us, so they were able to take that initial report and update it. And the audit that they did for us this year included reviewing a total of 79 Xcel Energy accounts that supply electricity to all of our buildings, including treatment plants, irrigation equipment, street lights, traffic lights, field lights, basically anything that we have, the audit included. This baseline will be used to help us establish the goals that I think I heard the board wanted to generate for the town moving forward. Eric Finger with Rocky Mountain Energy Management here tonight. He's going to present his findings on the report and discuss those with you and engage in any questions and dialogue that the board would like to have with regard to the report and moving forward on establishing goals. With that, I'll welcome Eric.
Thanks, Matt. As Matt mentioned, several months ago, I was approached to update the baselines for the town, which included to get a better idea of what was renewable and what is actually coming off the grid from Xcel Energy. And we looked at just under 80 accounts out there. That includes all buildings and structures, facilities, pumps, lighting. And I'll pull up a presentation here shortly. Oops. Share this with you. Did everybody see that all right?
It didn't come up.
Oh, okay, hold on.
There we go.
All right. So the main objectives were to just reestablish the baseline using 2019 data. And really the main gist of the exercise was to reevaluate the percentage of on-site renewable energy and again, what is delivered through Xcel Energy. And then also, as was done in the past, would be to look at the bills and examined load data just to see what other savings opportunities might be available to help fund the cost of the exercise. Deliverables, like I said, was mainly baseline data and cost savings as far as we did a high-level billing audit of each bill over the last 3 years. And then also reevaluate and present what renewable program options are available now through Xcel Energy, as well as what efficiency rebates and incentives are also available through Xcel. And for the most part, most of these opportunities are quite similar, as they were probably 5 or 6 years ago. There's been a few changes and additions so far. As an overview, this slide here, total spend on electricity is about $440,000 a year, and total usage is just under 4 million kilowatt hours or 4,000 megawatt hours. And the average cost for total usage is about 11 cents a kilowatt hour. If you take out and net the portion for on-site deliverable energy, the cost would be about 13 cents a kilowatt hour. So right now the town's solar capacity saves about 2 cents a kilowatt hour on average each year. To give you a cross-section of where the electricity is used throughout the town population of accounts, this pie chart gives you a quick large majority. If you look at a list of the 79 accounts, 75% of all that usage is concentrated down to 10 accounts, and about 20 accounts make up 96%. So there's a lot of small accounts out there, miscellaneous accounts that while they account for a large population, that they don't have a whole lot of usage or cost associated with them. What really jumps out, obviously, is the water and waste plants make up almost 60% of the usage, and lighting's just under 20%. This slide here gives you an idea of right now the installed solar for the town makes up about 15% of the total usage per year. That it varies a little bit year to year, plus or minus 5%, but for the most part, notwithstanding some damages from hailstorm and that affected some output levels, but for the most part, the performance of the equipment itself is still respectable. Excuse me, respectable based on initial forecasts. And this is where I'd mentioned the 13 cents a kilowatt hour would be using this delivered orange bar number right there. So the comparison between the orange and red there, that's your renewable, and that's, like I said, saves about 2 cents on average cost per year. Of the 6 generating facilities right now, this gives you a good overview of where the capacity is. The majority of it lies in the water plant and the waste treatment plant. The smaller systems at both the pools, town hall, and Parks and Recs, former fire station. They're all combined, under 5% of the total generating capacity. This slide here allows you to get a good idea of what the total usage is for each one of these facilities that have solar installed now, compared to what their annual output is. And as you can see on the first two bars to the left, the water treatment plant and the waste treatment plant, both of these are water's at about 50%, while waste is considerably less. It's at about 16%. So both of these have a huge opportunity if you wanted to expand, given available real estate there or space, as far as the programs involved and caps for each account. They have a large room to expand. Same goes for some of these smaller systems, both the pools and town hall. They also could expand, but again, you're dealing with footprint issues there. So,
hey, Eric,
yeah.
you may not have the answer to this question on the previous slide, and maybe staff does. I mean, do we have any data on why the energy usage at the South Pool is literally half that of the North Pool?
Let me go back. Well, yeah, I could dig into that for you right off the top of my head. I can't recall, but I believe if we looked at it on a historical basis for the last 3 years, I don't think it's as drastically different. But if I remember, and maybe Martin or Emily could chime in, but I think that was down for some time over there. That would have resulted in a little less usage, but I'd have to go back and look at the data again, just off the top of my head. Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, I can follow up with you too and get you a more specific answer. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if it was off by a factor of 10 or maybe 15%, I wouldn't sweat it. But I mean, it's literally less than half. The South Pool. I mean, obviously the generating capacity is greater at the South Pool because there's more panels. I'm more focused on the actual energy footprint of
the actual usage. Yeah. And like I said, let me go back and I could look at some of that data from 2012 or 2010, and kind of see where things went and trend off of that. Obviously, they're not both alike, systems. There's some other exterior lighting loads and that are tied to one and not the other. But I'm sure there is an explanation to it. I could forward to you. So
that'd be great. I mean, obviously one is much older than the other, and I'm just part of this is assessing where are we running a lot of energy because we're using really old equipment beyond light bulbs. So that would be really helpful.
Sure. And I can touch on the efficiency programs too here in another slide or two. The right now the utility sponsored renewable programs that Xcel offers are similar. There's one or two added since maybe we last looked at this. And really when we had this initial discussion was to figure out, just to reestablish the baseline to figure out how much energy and what percentage. And as we looked at in those earlier slides, it's around 85% is still delivered through the grid. So how best to narrow down the difference between those two levels. And the programs available right now are mixed in the fact that some are subscription based, while others are based on capital equipment installation as has been done in the past. So I put out these few considerations here that obviously would be up for discussion when you look at this on the whole. And again, you could maximize the systems that you have right now through net metering programs and additional capital outlay for new solar or smaller wind if you wanted. But And then again, the town had looked at several years ago, I think that was probably 17 or 16, about pursuing a solar collective, solar garden. That's another option as well. And again, the most, I guess, non-capital intense or easiest option is to participate in one of the subscription-based programs, which the town has done on and off over the last 10 years, which is called WindSource, or they've now introduced another one called Renewable Connect, which is essentially a WindSource solar version of WindSource. So this slide here kind of breaks down each opportunity presented through Xcel Energy currently. The first standard energy mix default column there, that just breaks down Xcel Energy's mix right now of generation. And the Renewable Connect is a new program that's come out just in the last couple of years. And it may or may not be fully subscribed right now. They were going to have another tranche of available capacity that you could sign up for. And that one does have a minimum contract length once you're entered into the agreement. The WindSource, that's still at it's a $0.015 adder onto the bill. Nothing more, nothing less. You do get to keep the REC credits for both of these programs, and then Solar Rewards, community and Solar Rewards on site would both be programs that are similar to the Solar Collective that they have examined before. Both of those, you forfeit your REC credits, and that's why they're a little bit more attractive in terms of cost factor. And then lastly, you have net metering, which is right now what the 6 sites participate in, most namely the waste and water treatment plants. That capacity goes through a net metering, and the REC credits are retained on that. Those programs, for the most part, have remained unchanged in the last few years. To backtrack a bit to your point about efficiency, it's always, more cost feasible to look at lowering energy usage and cost than it is to try and catch up with additional generating capacity. From a payback standpoint, a lot of these efficiency projects, you may look at a payback of 12 to 24 months, where a solar program, you're going to have 15 to 25 years on some of these projects. So it's best to combine both of these efforts. Obviously, one assists the other. If you lower your total generating needs, your renewable requirements are going to drop as well. And Xcel Energy, I work with utilities all over the United States, and they still offer one of the best rebate programs out there for both prescriptive, custom, and they also offer energy audit assistance. That's right now with COVID-19, a lot of these are all bonus 25% through the end of November. And they've also waived some of the copay amounts on the audit exercises as well. So, working with, somebody like ourselves or, your internal engineering staff to identify some of these projects and look at what the opportunities are there would work to, lower your baseline going forward. And I kind of skipped over number 2 there, but really it goes back to, you can't manage what you cannot measure. So, having this baseline data that we've just updated now, if you can maintain that going forward each year internally and actually promote and share the benefits of these other efficiency projects, it really helps the support of town management and the public to bolster these programs going forward. So an example of that was that we took, looking at lighting accounts for about 19% of the town's total energy usage. And you've made a valiant effort now compared to a lot of municipalities. There's a large degree of LED retrofit has already occurred, but there's still a percentage out there. Just this, if you look to the right on the pie chart, it kind of gives you an idea on streetlights. Non-LED is just under 70% still. Traffic lights is about 70% as well. And this is just based on billing data through Excel. So some accounts where they're not labeled as such, this could be inaccurate, plus or minus 10% with counts, just because we can't see the transparency of if it's a group metered account. But that being said, an LED retrofit on the remainder of this population, could lower that 19% by 37%. So, what formerly was about 630,000 kilowatt hours could be satisfied by just under 400,000 kilowatt hours. Again, there's rebates available for all these lighting retrofits and custom projects. And obviously, if you're going to bundle these projects together, that makes for a little bit different structure on how it'd be handled versus custom versus prescriptive. But there are opportunities out there, and like I said, we could discuss this in more detail with facilities as well. Or there is now a town, formerly about, 2012-13, there was not an account rep assigned to the town of Superior, and there is now. So she could help you walk through a lot of these program opportunities and the near-term bonuses for COVID. So. Again, final considerations. This kind of backtracks a few slides ago, but options out there is more on-site renewable generation, or a cooperative renewable generation, again, collective solar gardens. Utilization of the renewable energy programs, such as WindSource or Renewable Connect. And both of those, like I said, they offer the easiest short-term solution to meet 100% sustainable energy. And energy efficiency, again, would play a part to lower your total requirement. And just to backtrack, I'm sure there might be a question on that, but the WindSource or Renewable Connect, like I said, which the town has participated in before, essentially you pay a $0.015 adder per kilowatt hour, and that money goes into a fund that further supports Xcel Energy, wind, or additional solar generation. So, there's no direct correlation between the power. It's not the exact power coming from that solar garden or wind farm to your facility. It's all into the same grid. However, like I said, that adder essentially allows you to keep the REC credit and goes in to bolster those projects. So. This last audit action table just kind of reiterates the topics that I just covered here. And like I said, this could be used just as kind of a checks and balances of where things are at. The cost savings, which I didn't get into detail on, we found 3 different areas there. One was rate optimization. So we were able to change the rate on about 4 initial accounts, and there's an opportunity for another 3 accounts, and that generated a little over $7,000 annual savings with no out-of-pocket cost. And the other 2 accounts, with some additional efficiency measures, would qualify for this lower cost rate, and that could save an extra $7,500 a year as well. There's a minimal savings with tax exemptions that had not been placed on some of these smaller accounts. That came out to be $1,000 annually. That's also eligible for a $3,000 refund. And then also there's a number of zero-use accounts out there that are just open accounts that are incurring monthly fees that could most likely be eliminated as they've had no activity for 3 to 5 years. So, and my contact information here is at the end. Feel free to email me if you have any questions. And right now, feel free to, I'll open it up to any questions you might have as well. So.
I have a couple questions. Thanks, Eric, for that presentation. That was really informative. So it looks to me, so one of the goals that I have for this town and for the board is for us to get all our town facilities on renewable energy somehow as quickly as possible. So it sounds like if we were to subscribe to, one of these WindSource or Renewable Connect, that would be approximately a $50,000 hit to the town general fund every year, just by virtue of the delta between what energy costs currently and then the 1.5 cent add-on that it would cost to participate in this program. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
And do we have an idea on how much it would cost if we actually went out and made the capital investments in, solar panels to actually, source the energy, putting it back on the grid, because some people have, I guess, questions about, whether you're not really getting renewable energy if you're participating in these programs, because you're just getting it from the grid as compared with actually, generating it off of your roof directly and putting it back on the grid. Do we have an idea as to how much it would cost for us to actually make the capital outlay to be completely, funded by powered by renewable energy and not through one of these Renewable Connect type programs?
Yeah, in some ways it would depend on what that installation looked like, but just as far as a ballpark goes, you're always about $1 a watt, kind of thing on solar you could use as just right now, going back to that PowerPoint, you need about 3,300 megawatt hours. So 3.3 million kilowatt hours is what your differential is right now. So, you could bet on that, probably would be around the neighborhood of $3.5 to $4 million, I would say.
Okay.
But now that could be combined with some other programs, tax credits, and like I said, it could also have a combination of solar, wind, or there could be a third-party investment, as well. But just I would say as a ballpark number, that's probably what you would be looking at. Yeah.
Okay. And then with respect to the LED light bulbs and street lights, and then also in the Cobra style lights that are hanging over the streets. So I was surprised to see that the LED usage was actually as low as it is. I would have thought that more LEDs would have been replaced by now. But maybe I'm just not as familiar with how that process works. Do we have the ability to do that unilaterally on our own, or do we need to be partnering with Excel? Does Excel control the street lights? I presume they do. And then maybe we control the turn signals. Maybe Matt or Martin, you could speak to that.
Yeah, so we worked with Excel to upgrade all the main road street lights to LED a few years ago. Those are the Coverhead ones on McCaslin, Colton Road. And Marshall, Sycamore, I think, has a couple, or 76. But so those are done. All new development, we're requiring LED streetlight installations, and have been for a couple of years. So anything in downtown Superior or lanterns or any of those developments are LED. The majority of the streetlights that are non-LED are the decorative ones that you see throughout the neighborhoods on the streets. And Xcel Energy, those are Xcel Energy streetlight poles, and they haven't. Last update I got from them was they're looking, because every community has different decorative streetlights, and so they wanted to go to 1 or 2 standard designs for streetlights, and then work with municipalities to upgrade those type of streetlights. And they just haven't gotten to that point where they've decided on a design that we could go to them and say, hey, let's get these streetlights upgraded.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, maybe that's some low-hanging fruit for us to go after and, make a difference on. Last comment, I thought that the presentation was really well done. And obviously the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plants are the big users. So I think that it's always good for us to identify the things that we can prioritize relatively efficiently and, quickly. So, I would like to see the board, propose, some concrete steps that we can take to do something about the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant, specifically with respect to, how we can make them more efficient, whether that's by participating in Renewable Connect or, throwing up some additional solar panels on those particular installations. I think it would be great if we could, try to make a better impact in terms of just, sustainability as a whole, and still work towards that goal of becoming 100% powered by renewables.
And obviously, I'll just add that because the water and waste treatment plants are your highest users, those both offer the most opportunity for energy efficiency opportunity. So especially the waste plant. Historically, and I'm not sure right now if you still have a third party that operates that facility or not, or you do it internally now. But previously, I know last time we looked at that in detail, which was probably 2012, you had a third party management company that ran that plant. But there are some opportunities, I'm sure of that, if you looked at that closer again. And the prices on some of these technologies have come down. And I don't doubt that internally you've looked into some of this in the last few years too, based on my discussions. But again, there is free money out there to take a look at that and try and identify what opportunities are there again. Like I said, it's a lot easier to reduce the use on the plant than it is to try and compensate for it with additional solar installation.
So Eric, thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is a great starting point and baseline for setting out to accomplish our renewable energy goals. And I especially appreciate the list of post-audit actions and the already identified cost savings. Matt, I hope you and your team can start working on some of these. I don't really have any questions, but do have a few comments. This area is not one that I have a strong background in. I'm not an expert in renewable energy. And for me to better understand where we should go and how we can accomplish our goals, I think the next step in my mind is we need additional guidance from the experts. And I'm looking for more of a roadmap and recommendations for how we can get there. So as Trustee or Mayor Pro Tem Lasis mentioned, a goal of 100% renewable energy for our town facilities. Is that a goal that is actually feasible? Is that something we can accomplish first? And if it is, how do we get there? What are the upfront costs? Let's actually put together a roadmap there. If 100% renewable isn't something that is realistic or feasible in the near term, what is a reasonable goal? Let's actually put down some numbers. I know we've been kicking this around for a little while, but I want to actually put some numbers to paper, and let's actually get moving on something we can track and measure. One thing that I do want to explore further, and Eric, I know you touched on this a little bit, but are there any types of creative projects that we should be evaluating based on assets that we have? We talked about adding some solar capacity to existing facilities. I've heard from a few residents that do have additional, at least background and expertise in this area, that solar farms are reasonable investments that some municipalities, I saw one example in Texas, that helped cover their entire energy bill and made them 100% sustainable. We last year purchased some property, I believe it's the Ridge 2 properties, what it was named after, up on McCaslin, is a solar farm, something that we should consider or can consider, and would that have a positive payback for the town, and would that cover our energy costs? So I don't know the answers to these questions, but I want to hear the answers to these questions as we go forward. I do believe that reducing our footprint in non-sustainable energy is important and is a worthy project. And I know that we tentatively have an FTE included in next year's budget for a sustainability specialist. If that's what it's going to take to help us actually make meaningful and measurable progress towards these goals, I'm fully supportive in funding that FTE. So Matt, what I'm really looking for from you and your team going forward is actually putting a roadmap and next steps together for what we can accomplish, what makes sense, and how do we get there. But Eric, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one additional comment. It doesn't look like there was any mention made whatsoever of 1500 Colton. And I'm not sure, Eric, if you're aware, that's an additional town asset that we now own. And as we move forward, I'd like to also at least have some evaluations done of what might be some renewable energy options for that property. It's got really high ceilings. And so, you know, are there some we've got there?
Yeah, I did look at that. That's the former landlord dealer, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And right now, because the usage or when I had looked at that was still in transition, you hadn't sorted out what you're going to actually do with it. That was one of the accounts that we were able to alter the rate on to save some money in the interim. But once the build out is actually done, or you determine what the final use will be on that facility, then we could probably have a better idea of what rate it will fall under, what the load will look like. And again, if you want to do some type of on-site solar program there, that could be done as well. So, but on the scale of, I don't have it right in front of me right now, but that account is down on the list, probably down to number 20, 25 as far as usage. It's pretty low as it stands right now. So.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just wanted to echo what Ken said. I definitely am supportive of establishing some KPIs, potentially hiring someone if needed. But I really liked in the presentation the point around you can't manage what you don't measure. And so would certainly love some guidance as far as what we should be striving for and what exactly that roadmap looks like. But thank you so much for the work.
Thank you.
Any further comments from anyone? All right, Eric, thank you for the presentation, and thanks to staff for engaging this work. I agree with all the comments my fellow board members have made, that it's important to know these details and know what it takes to get to a better place with energy efficiency across town. So I appreciate the work. All right, we'll move on now to our consent agenda. Item number 3 is consent agenda. We have several items there. Would I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Had a motion by trustee Lish and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. And roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Folsom,
Yes?
Emmerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is item number 4, adoption of a resolution making appointments to the Advisory Committee for Environmental Sustainability, ACES. And we have 3 applicants for 2 positions. And normally we would be voting at the dais, but we're on a Zoom meeting platform now. So we have done our voting by sending emails to the town clerk. Individual board members sent individual emails to the town clerk with their two votes. And I'll turn it over to town clerk Phyllis Harden to announce the results of that vote.
I'm not going to try the last name for Tatiana, but she received 4 votes. Mike Foster received 7, and Dave Pudak received 3.
All right, very good. Then congratulations is in order to Tatiana Dafankova and Mike Foster as our 2 new members of ACES. And thanks to Dave Pujak for applying, and please do consider applying again in the future when we have additional openings. It's not usual where we have to make a choice and cut someone. It's certainly not a reflection that we don't want people to serve. It's just, you know, we just had 2 openings at this time, but we certainly do welcome you to continue to be involved with the committee, and there will certainly be openings in the future. We would appreciate additional participation.
Can I just ask the dumb question of the day? These are supposed to be 3-year terms, but the resolution has an expiration of June 2022. Is there a specific reason?
I believe the reason is they're taking over someone's term that resigned early. Is that correct, Matt?
That's correct. And we keep track of the partial terms. So
okay,
they'll be eligible, I believe, for two more 3-year terms.
Okay.
Because they're serving partial. Well, I say that because that's how we were doing it, but we'll clarify. We track it. We'll clarify all that when it comes up for reappointment and provide that to the board.
Thanks.
We do need a vote on a resolution, Mayor.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to on the resolution to appoint these 2 new members?
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-55. 55, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior making appointments to the Advisory Committee for Environmental Sustainability.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, seconded by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote, please.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. And we are on to item number 5, which is committee interviews, advisory group applicant interviews. We have 2 vacancies on the CAPS committee, and we have Denise Bieber is an applicant for that committee.
That's correct, Mayor. She was scheduled for the last meeting, but wasn't able to attend. So we rescheduled her interview for tonight.
Okay, very good. All right, is she on the Zoom meeting?
I am, yes.
All right, welcome, Denise. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thanks for your interest in being on CAPS. If you want to just give us a quick introduction, a minute or so on yourself, and then we'll have a few board member questions.
I lived here in Superior for about 1.5 years. I'm a music director at the Catholic Church in Lafayette, Colorado, and I haven't been involved in city government since I moved here from Ordway, Colorado, where I was on the town council for 4 years, and I was mayor for 4 years.
Very good.
I saw in May that you had this opening. It looked interesting and looked fun, and so I thought I'd apply.
Very good. We appreciate your interest. Questions from board members?
Yes, I'll start out. Denise, have you watched any of the CAPS meetings via Zoom meeting, or did you attend a meeting before we went into all this video capability?
I have not, no.
Okay. Have you talked with any of the members of CAPS, or do you know any of them?
Nope, I have not. I've read some of the minutes and I've seen some of the things that you've done in the town, but no, I haven't done
Okay.
it.
And do you have anything particular that if you were to join the committee, you would like to help them accomplish?
At this moment, no, I haven't. I just thought I would join and see what some of the ideas were and see if I could help bring anything to the committee.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, others? All right, well, I'll close it out with a final question that we ask all of our applicants for all the different committees, and that is, do you have any potentials for conflict of interest, such as maybe you have a side business that you do events that would somehow benefit from your membership on this committee?
No, I do not. No, I don't.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you again for joining the meeting tonight for the interview, and we'll be acting on this at a future meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to item number 6, which is an update on the Boulder Creek Neighborhoods Rogers Farm project, phase 1.
Thanks, Mayor. So I had a request from members of the board for Boulder Creek Neighborhoods to provide an update on their Rogers Farm phase 1 development. David Sinke, who's president of Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, was gracious enough to attend tonight's meeting to provide that update, answer questions from the board that you might have. Just for the public's information, phase 1 includes a portion of the property in Original Town that is east of First Avenue that was platted in 1905 and includes 27 buildable lots. They're currently building single-family residential units, and property is currently zoned as medium-density residential. With that, I'll welcome David.
Good evening, Mayor and board members. As Matt said, I'm David Sinke, president of Boulder Creek Neighborhoods. We're located in Louisville at 712 Main Street. Tonight, I am available to answer your questions, and I have with us Mike Cooper, who is our Director of Entitlements. I also have Jim Brostovich on the phone, who is the project engineer. And I believe also not on the panel, but calling is my business partner, Steve Erickson. And we're at your disposal, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Thanks, David, for joining us this evening, and appreciate seeing all the progress down there. It's looking good, and happy to welcome several new residents to Superior. So,
thank you.
Questions from the board?
I'll start with a question. First, thanks. Thanks for coming in tonight. I think what really struck a few of us, and there was a brief email dialogue about this. There's a park that was built that I think caught a few of us by surprise. This was use by right build, so this did not. So for those watching at home, we think, how could anything catch you by surprise? Shouldn't things have been approved at the board level when things are used by right? And to Matt's earlier point, something that was platted in 1905 or something if you're building within the appropriate codes and not requesting any variances, you go to town hall, you pull permits and build away. What surprised us though was the park that is not on one of the platted properties. So talk to us a little bit about that process and what led you to build the park.
Sure. Thanks for the question. And I believe there is a map that we have available as an exhibit, which may be helpful as we discuss this. Martin, if you're able to pull that up, I can share it if need be. So thanks for the question. I will admit, building on platted lots in this scenario is different than we're used to. And in particular, as it relates to the right-of-way, which is really the extension of the Douglas Street. And there's a lot of history here, and none of it fully explains the circumstances. So I'll do my best to provide a little bit of background, and we'll field any additional questions. So as you can see here from the drawing, we have roughly 26 of those original platted lots that are a part of the Phase 1 Rogers Farm. And we have a unique circumstance there. When we became involved with this project early on, and we're talking about several years ago, probably late 2017, we began engaging with Ranch Capital, who had taken a couple of different attempts at entitlements in this area, and as a result, had a number of different neighborhood meetings that they had hosted. And then, of course, we had a lot of engagement going through the process of deciding what we might do on the project. And so there was very consistent feedback basically throughout our entire involvement, going back, to 2017 and all the way today, with all the different neighborhood meetings that we're hosting as we discuss Phase 2 at Rogers Farm. Pretty consistent feedback that it would be prudent traffic calming if that Douglas Street, once connected to the roundabout, did not have a straight shot through. And so we heard that feedback. We incorporated it from the very beginning into the plans that we had for this community. And where we find ourselves today is really sort of an inconvenient reality of some project timing not working appropriately. The installation of the elements of the park that exist there today, staff has been very clear with us for some time that those improvements are done at risk. And we've asked a couple of different times through history, and I have a timeline available if the specific dates are really meaningful. Asking, can we move forward with the process of vacating Douglas so that the permanent nature of that park or no park would be known to residents as we move forward? Because it comes up often in the neighborhood meetings in the early days, and it has come up often in the discussion of the sale of these new homes. So we do have a strong desire to have a clear picture. Staff suggested, and we absolutely agreed, that the context of the rest of the development was needed and would be necessary and certainly helpful to make an ultimate determination about the Douglas right-of-way area. And so we were on track to bring that question to town board many months ago, when, as a result of other feedback from the neighbors, we decided to pull back on the townhome development that was proposed on Rogers Farm Phase 2. We had made a submittal, and we had a pretty understandable timeline for coming to the board for a decision on that. And when we pulled that application back and went back to the drawing board with the Wee Cottage design, unfortunately, the development and eventually the construction of this project, Phase 1, sort of got out of sync with that decision by the board. So there are some technical difficulties. If we were putting Douglas Street through, which I think would have normally been the requirement or the expectation, just as we put in Thomas Street and First Avenue to provide legal access and accessibility to the homes that we're building there, I think Douglas Street, the more common answer, the more expected answer would be put Douglas in. It's a city right of way. The city owns it. We want that street to go through. And because we didn't have a question, the question answered, and because we needed to provide the alley access to those homes, you'll notice in this diagram, and it may be possible to zoom in there a little bit, but you can see that a little bit better. Maybe just to the extent of the homes there would be helpful. There is an alley access that without the road, Douglas Street going through, there's some sort of unanswered questions about how do you gain access to that alley with no road going through there. So there was, and frankly, a huge amount of the cost associated, with this design is actually in the alley connection and the grades associated with that. So because we were out of sync from a timing standpoint, we did put that alley in, knowing that the question would ultimately come to this board for a decision. And some of the park improvements have been installed in advance, and we got a phone call from staff when that was happening. And I apologize to Matt and the rest of staff. They've been clear with us that it would probably be best to, because we're out of sequence, leave those amenities out for the time being until we have until we have a clear decision, and reiterated to us that the installation of those items would certainly be at our risk. So we're before you today, not for an answer on this right away, but to answer the questions and to give you a little bit of background and confirm that we have a clear understanding that the improvements in that area will be absolutely subject to the decision made by this board about whether the road is vacated or not vacated, and whether a street is actually constructed and put through that area. So I will confirm that the 4 homes that we've almost sold out. As I said, there were 26 homes here initially. We have contracts, we have homes under contract, 10 of them are under contract, and 10 of them are now sold in our new Superior residence. So we have a handful of homes left to sell, and the 4 that abut the proposed park or the right-of-way are not on the market. So there are no buyers in tow, there are no contracts in place, and buyers are not, we're not making those available to buyers until we can make a clear disclosure about what's happening in that area. In addition to that, homeowners who are contracting at Rogers Farm today sign a separate disclosure making them aware that the proposed pocket park is depicted here, and this is very similar to our marketing materials, is in a city right-of-way, and that the decision regarding that park or that street going through is a matter of a board approval. So hopefully I've covered a little bit of area there, or a little bit of ground there, and like I said, I'm happy to get into specifics if I haven't covered it quite correctly.
Yeah, I appreciate the history. I'm going to ask to be really careful about anything on the eastern side of First Avenue there for your phase 2 stuff. It's not a noticed meeting. I think we have to be very careful about, I understand you would have preferred a holistic approach. You didn't come to us with a holistic approach. I don't think we could talk at all about anything because of the pending application on the east side of First Avenue. So let's just all be very careful about that. At least I'm going to be very careful about that. I guess I do. It sounds like you may have a slide with some of the timeline there. I mean, I was completely caught by surprise, and I'll be honest, I made a comment to Matt when I heard about it. You know, I mean, it's not your property. It hasn't been vacated. And it's presumptive of, you know, yeah, you're a developer, but it's not your property. I mean, I was just completely floored by the fact that you came in and the park's already, you know, this isn't, I mean, it's helpful to have this, you know, this as of, you know, this marketing diagram, this marketing slick, but the pocket park has been built, correct? I mean, I haven't seen it in a few weeks, but a few weeks ago there were trees getting installed. I mean, this thing is done, right?
It's not done. It is substantially complete. I got a call from Matt. The installation of those plantings were actually scheduled months and months ago, and because of delays, they started happening a little bit outside of my acute knowledge as well. And as soon as we heard the call from Matt, we put a stop to that. So there is no sod in the park, which would be a completion. There may be some other plantings, but you are correct. By and large, the improvements, sidewalks, there's a gazebo, and a number of the plantings have been completed.
I mean, I need to be convinced this wasn't strategic, right? Because given the choice between, if you came to us and said, hey, we'd like to build a pocket park on this area, where do you want it to be? I would have absolutely said, great idea. Thank you for asking. And it should be in something that's, you know, not within the city right of way. And let's have a separate conversation around Douglas. But now we're in this impossible situation. It's hard for me to believe that it was not intentional, where this board, quite frankly, might be vilified if we say, listen, this is not right of way. We want this removed. And suddenly we got bulldozers taking out trees. It's an impossible situation we're in. Very frustrating.
I hear your concern and can apologize on behalf of Boulder Creek. I can tell you that maybe in our efforts to be hyper vigilant in response to the original town feedback, you know, there was very little consideration given to the possibility that a park here, it was so broadly received as a positive idea that we got ahead of ourselves. And all I can do is extend our apologies from that perspective, and reconfirm that, you know, if the board decides that that park needs to go, we're prepared to remove it and coordinate with the town as it relates to the Douglas Street access.
Yeah, I mean, I do want you to pop up the timeline. I want you to help us understand the feedback you've gotten from the original town residents. Some of the feedback we got from original town residents included not connecting Rogers Farm to the roundabout in the first place. When we added that, you know, the fourth turnout in the roundabout, it was done for convenience, knowing that that fourth turnaround that coming down into Douglas might one day be removed. So it's not presumptive that the fourth turnaround is going to go all the way into phase one of Rogers Farm. It's possible that Douglas could extend up to First Avenue, which may dead end. There's, to my knowledge, there's no platting that requires Douglas to go all the way through to the roundabout.
I think that's accurate. Without the approval of the something on Rogers Farm 2, it's unknown, which is the context that staff, you know, told us would be very helpful as it relates to the consideration of this pocket park.
I don't, a holistic, I would have appreciated a holistic application around this entire thing. Boulder Creek made the decision to go use by right. Mm-hmm. All of our surprise. So I don't want to be, I've expressed my frustration. Let's move on to facts. Walk us through the timeline document, please. And I want to see the timeline document and the feedback you've gotten from the community summarized.
Okay, we don't have another slide prepared on a timeline. I have sort of a listing of different dates. I'm not sure, be happy to list some of them. I'm not sure that it paints a particularly clear picture. And as it relates to feedback from the city, or pardon me, from original town neighbors, that's really consolidation of, you know, probably 20 different floor plan, or pardon me, site plan iterations over time, and many discussions. We keep you know, discussion notes on all of those different meetings, but I don't have a consolidated list of feedback there. I'd be happy to work on the preparation of that. And I totally agree and understand that discussing any of the property to the east of First Avenue is not appropriate at this meeting. But really, our plan and this plan is a consolidation of that feedback. We've done our very best to reflect those those pieces of feedback in the designs that we've brought forward here. So,
David, I have a list of the timeline at least. Do you want to see the dates and all the meetings that we've had? I can share my screen with that and walk through that a little bit. We did have one original meeting for these 26 homes. We did have that meeting in December of 2018, and that's where we initially heard the feedback about the circulation patterns, and we revisited a lot of the old land plans that were done with Bill Jenks, the landowner. He had done several iterations of site plans over the previous couple of years in 2016, 2017, I believe. So if you want to see those dates, I could have that up. We don't have a summary of all the discussion points and items, but it is something we could pull together.
Yeah, I think it would have been helpful, guys. I mean, what we're hearing is, yeah, we built it and we got ahead of ourselves and the timing didn't work out, mea culpa, but it's what the community wanted. Right? That's a quick summary. But there's no, it would be helpful to have the discussion because we're getting emails that this is not what the community wants. But having said that, I'm not taking an official survey of the residents on 2nd Avenue and the surrounding community to say, well, what did you want? We're just getting some unsolicited feedback. And so this just feels like so disjointed. So if you have had a structured way of collecting feedback throughout the last few years, it would be helpful to see that structured feedback articulated in some way that we could then make an informed decision that says, okay, this is consistent with what they're telling us, which is it's what the majority of the community wanted.
I can say that I don't know if I understand exactly the definition of structured feedback, but we've had many interactions. We've shown many different versions, and we have judged as best we can the feedback. I don't have a structured process beyond that. So if there are individuals that you're not in favor of Douglas Street not connecting by a road between 1st and 2nd Avenue, that's not feedback we've yet to hear. And it's one of those things where as we discuss Rogers Farm 2 with neighbors, we end up in a conversation about this right of way. And so many times the feedback we receive about this particular area actually comes at a time where we're seeking feedback from other things. So it has been a bit I don't think it's bad feedback. We're happy to we hear feedback about the trails. We hear feedback about, the bridge, all kinds of items that are not necessarily related to the reason we had a neighborhood meeting or discussion. So unfortunately, I don't think I have, exactly what you're looking for, which is maybe a series of surveys that are signed by residents or filled in over time. It's really more of a collection and sort of an iterative process of receiving and reacting to that feedback.
Before we go any further with this conversation, can I get some clarification, whether it's from town staff or David, someone on your team? Is the vacation of this right-of-way included in the proposal that's currently under board review for what's in phase 2?
It's a separate question, but it's part of that proposal, yes.
Okay. Kevin, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you reminding everybody that we need to be very careful about what we discuss and not to tread over into something that's not noticed and that's not, we're not in a public hearing to discuss that right now. I personally am not feeling very comfortable with this conversation. I appreciate the update. I appreciate the history, but we're now talking about something that is directly integrated with what is under a pending public process. And my preference would be that we not go much further with this conversation, because I think we've already probably got
So we may need some counsel on that because it's phase 2 is predicated around this, but this is outside the boundaries of phase 2. This is the equivalent of, years ago, I put a portable basketball hoop in the park not far from my house, and it didn't last 24 hours before town staff took it down and said that's not permitted. I put my property on town property and it got taken. And it was, okay, that was my mistake, and I made a mistake and I lived with it. I just can't get over the fact that a developer came in and built a park on town property, and it's outside the scope of phase 2 in the next application.
I don't disagree with any of that. And it's frustrating that we're having this conversation. In a perfect world, we wouldn't be having this conversation because there wouldn't be a park built because the land hasn't been vacated. The more we go into this and what types of solutions or impacts or effects that could possibly come from this conversation is inherently intertwined with phase 2. And I don't see where further we could go with this conversation that doesn't lead us into a place we shouldn't be discussing tonight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think. I think the developer should be noticed that, I suspect there's a bunch of informal communication and emails and conversations going back and forth. I'd like the developer to be noticed that, I don't want anybody coming back at any point in the future saying, okay, well, that basketball hoops lived there for a couple of years or a couple of days, and now the community's enjoying it. And I basketball hoop the analogy for my mistake I made. The developer made a mistake, they built a park, and I want official notice that that park can and probably should be removed until this whole thing is resolved.
Yes, and I would agree completely with I was one of the people who originally raised this issue with the board, because you can't just say a street's not a street anymore. And this doesn't really have anything to do with the other development. It has to do with the use by right. And, my personal feeling is this needs to be discussed separately, and we need to make a determination on whether we agree that this should be a park. And I would like to know the background on where the leap of faith or the leap of decision happened. The board ultimately are the people who can make the decision on whether a street is vacated or not. And so to jump from, we heard this from a few neighbors, to we vacated it, is not the way this should be happening. And I think we need to hear from Boulder Creek Builders. We jumped the gun on this, and now we need to come back to the board and actually have this discussion, because this is not part of the We Homes. This is a separate issue, and we need to see the detail. I want to see a timeline, but I want to see what were the comments, because I don't even know at this point whether the comments had anything to do with anything at this point. And I don't know if it was 3 neighbors, because if you go back to the last time the board discussed this, it was important to the board that this be connected to the rest of the town. And so to make the leap of faith that, oh, well, the residents said no. Well, the board spoke very strongly, I believe it was in 2016, and said, we do want this integrated into the rest of the town. The question is, how? And so I have a pretty significant problem that we vacated a street, or there's been a decision made to vacate and the board has not approved it.
Well, there hasn't been a decision made to vacate anything. So the right of way is still the right of way. And essentially, as I understand the situation, first off, thank you guys for coming tonight and kind of giving a backstory and history on this. Because this was a use by right application, no application came before the board. You were able to go and pull permits and build things in conformance with the zoning and the plat that was already there since 1905. In doing so, Boulder Creek made the decision to design and build a park. And I presume, and Matt, you can keep me honest on this, there was some notification to the town that said, hey, this is what we want to do. It didn't come before the board, but it went within the town planning department. And the town said, okay, you can do that, but should the board elect to keep the right of way and insist on a road there, you're doing this at your own risk, and you're going to have to remove it if the board makes a decision to remove it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, with respect, I appreciate all the comments about, being careful with the phase 2 application that, could come back before the board at a future meeting. But I agree with Sandy. This really shouldn't be part of the phase 2 submission. This is really a separate question for us to, I think, make a determination on as to whether or not we want a road there or if we can live with the park. But I agree. I don't think that this is necessarily something that should be lumped in together in a combined phase 2 submission. We can consider the phase 2 application as we would any other land use application, but this is a separate and distinct question that I think merits having a conversation and resolving it. And the board may resolve that, yeah, we're fine with having a park there and we can vacate the right of way, or the board may decide that it makes the most amount of sense to put a roadway there. But I don't think that we should conflate the two, personally.
Well, and I believe my understanding is they are separate questions. And staff has been clear. There were times in the past where we've asked, can we bring the question of vacating this to the board sooner? And the explanation, which we agree with from staff's perspective, is, and Matt will correct me, I'm sure if I'm speaking out of turn here, is the context of what happens on Rogers Farm 2 is important context as it relates to that right of way. And so can you tell us more? How many homes will be there? Will they be townhomes or something else? Are you proposing that it's connected? Will that have parks or no parks? There's just a lot of context associated with that area that was desired prior to bringing the question to the board about that right of way. And so our phase 2 Rogers Farm design does not require the connection or doesn't require any particular outcome as it relates to this. It's only lumped in with it as a separate question because it brings the rest of the context to the table. How many homes will be here? What other connections are being made? So on and so forth.
Right.
So I hope that clarifies it a little bit. And it really, we are under no, I want to reassure Trustee Hammerly that there was no leap from our perspective in believing that by moving forward with this, that's a de facto vacation or a de facto decision made. We've been notified numerous times and in absolute clarity by the staff that any improvements in that right of way are being done in a right of way and are absolutely subject to the final decision of the board as to what will take place in that right of way. So there was a mistake there, getting that far ahead of ourselves was a mistake, which I apologize for. Probably even more importantly was a communication mistake where, we failed to make it clear that, what were we doing to the board, understanding that there's a decision pending. And to address one concern that Mr. Ryan mentioned, we do not have, there is no utilization of the park today. We have BMPs up around it. I suppose someone could step over that and sit in the area, but that is not an open and active park. We have maintained, the BMPs around that area that lead people to believe that it's still under a state of construction. And so it is not, and our messaging to owners is quite clear. This park is a right of way and it is subject to approval. So that doesn't go all the way to explaining or making the circumstances okay from the perspective you're expressing. But I do want to make absolutely clear that we did not do this in an attempt to foreclose this board's ability to make the decision. It's kind of expensive either way for us, whether we're putting in a park or we're putting in a street. We did favor the direction of doing something consistent with the majority of feedback that we heard. We did process the plan for this park through the city staff and through your third-party consultant. And it was the design of the park, the plantings, the landscaping, those items were approved as a part of the process, understanding that that is all predicated on the approval of the park if it were approved. So I hope that additional background is helpful as well.
Yeah, I think that is helpful background. And by the way, it feels like you're getting, beaten around the head and body here. We are getting great feedback from our new neighbors and residents, both around the quality of the build and the responsiveness of you guys in phase one, right? So we brought you here not just to get an update, and it sounds like this is being sold, hopefully, at least as well as you would have expected. I haven't seen the interior, but I actually like the exterior, and I've heard nice things both personally, both anecdotally and directly a few weeks ago from some of the new residents. So really appreciate that. I think the objective of this meeting is to try to get a data point for how this happened before a decision can be made. So I'm not sure that we need or even would be appropriate to make a decision that we're approving the vacation, that we're directing you to rip out the parks, that we're directing. I think at this point, what we're trying to do is get information in a public setting for how the heck this happened. Because when I first learned about it, I thought that's just impossible. And so I needed these data points, and I didn't want to get the data points outside of the public setting. So I thought this in just the next possible meeting was tonight, because we took a couple of weeks off, a week off a couple of weeks ago. So I appreciate that. At this point, another data point might be what happens with the adjacent property might inform what we want to do with the park, but this park will not inform what I'm going to do with the adjacent property. But the adjacent property and what's available in that adjacent property may inform whether or not that I personally want a road or want this vacated for a park like a parklet or a pocket park, whatever we're referring to it as.
Understood. And
I think
appreciate having the chance to answer the questions, and I don't feel beat about. I think these are legitimate concerns, and it's a strange situation for us. We're used to PUDs where the entirety of a project is sort of approved at one point. So I think you have a very reasonable point. And
yeah, it's just, again, I'll go back and just speak casually and say that, a headline, I'm not looking forward to a headline of, Trustee Ryan wants, newly planted trees removed and a street paved. In fact, directionally, I want the exact opposite. I want fewer streets, more sidewalks, and more trees. And so I just want to be part of that decision. So with appropriate data, so those decisions can be informed. And I feel like we were very much put in a corner here.
Well, we always talk about unintended consequences, and we had concept plans here from Boulder Creek Builders to come to us with a planned development, and a former iteration of this board didn't play ball, and then we got a half use by right development, and those are the unintended consequences that we have to deal with. And anytime that we have the opportunity to actually plan the entirety of a development, there's always going to be underlying zoning there that they're able to do some sort of use by right that we might not necessarily prefer. And so, we should, let this be a lesson to all of us that there are consequences to not working with developers, because sometimes they can go use by right. And then all of a sudden these problems arise after the fact that we had the ability to control if we actually worked with them and approved a PD that everybody could live with. But if we don't work with them and then all of a sudden we force their hand, then we have a situation like we're dealing with right now. So, you know, I'll just leave it at that. But
the use by right didn't give them the ability to put in a park without talking with the board first. And that's my main point. And my next question to you, David, is when are you going to bring this decision to us about this either being a park or it being a street?
It was actually part of the question that we began at your last meeting. We ended that conversation at the public hearing for the PD. And so it is a part of the next meeting that you guys will have when you consider questions of the next phase of Rogers Farm. So that's on the agenda, I believe, for the 24th.
So is it part of that application, or is it a separate agenda item?
Matt, can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's a separate agenda item to follow any action, to follow action on the proposed plan development, plat, and final development plan.
I think the thinking there was if the new Rogers Farm Phase 2 is approved, then now you have the context for knowing what will be built there, then to have the conversation as it relates to the vacation of Douglas Street. And if that phase 2 were not approved or continued, or we were given feedback, then that right-of-way conversation may still be sort of hanging out there because the context isn't known. So that's the nature of this timing disconnect that I've described. Our phase 1 needed to go forward. Some improvements of some type needed to be made one way or another because we needed that alley access to the existing homes. One other perceived presumptive move would have been to put the road in or the street in, which would have been the more common or typical answer, and then serve the alleyways that are being built on the by right homes, with that alleyway. So in some ways, from a practical standpoint, in order to sell and serve the homes that are approved on those lots, the more typical answer would have been to put Douglas Street in, and then at a future date when it's vacated, put in a park. So there was a bit of risk for us either way, whether we spend money on an alley and a park that has to come out, or we spend money on a street that ultimately comes out. Something needed to be done in order to actually build the alleyway with the proper access points to serve the lots that were being built and sold. So it was not done to put this board in a corner from a decision standpoint, but it was done, and the expectation in the original timeline was that both of these pieces would come to your attention much earlier. A decision that we made, again, based on a lot of feedback we had from Original Town, was to pull the application for the townhomes, which would have been the second phase of Rogers Farm, and retrench with the Wee Cottage design. That threw this really out of skew, probably 6 to 8 months. You would have heard this question about the context of this Douglas Street right-of-way vacation in relation to a townhome project, which we later decided, the density, the scaling, for a variety of reasons, that wasn't the right way forward. So that's what I mean when I say we got off kilter with timing. And when we said, hey, we do need alley access to these homes, we're going to be spending money on something. And at that point, I believe we probably did ask, should we bring this vacation question, to town board again? And again, I agree with the feedback. No, the needed context of what's going to be built will not be available to the board, which we perceive is going to be a crucial question as it relates to the vacation of the right of way. So I hope that makes sense. It doesn't change your concern, which I want to restate that I hear clearly, that the level to which the park has gotten to without approval from this board is inappropriate, and we clearly understand that the board will need to make a final determination.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the point I would just make is we have to make decisions based on what's good for the entire town, not, and sometimes we have to make tough decisions that may make one neighborhood unhappy. But we have to look at what makes sense for the entire town and for the movement of traffic throughout the town. And so this has put us in an awkward position. And in the future, I would just say, talk to the Board of Trustees, not just to the residents of the community, because we need to listen to both.
Thanks for that feedback.
David,
Appreciate it.
David, I also want to check, I mean, I know you're talking about kind of the need to move forward as part of phase one. Does this mean that the residents who have purchased in phase one have been told that this will be a pocket park? Do they have that expectation set?
No, as the drawing that the rendering that was shown there, our marketing materials have always depicted that area, proposed park, superior, in parentheses, superior right of way. We also have.
So it's the picture.
I'm sorry.
So it is the picture of what we've seen.
Yes, and then the other thing we have is we have a written disclaimer document that is a part of our contract stack that that makes people aware that that pocket park is currently city right of way. Now, to be absolutely honest with you, we say lots of. There was some critical feedback as it related to the second phase from some of our homeowners here in phase one saying, why didn't we know more about what was happening across the street? And we are perpetually in a precarious situation. And I know you trustees understand that because of what you can and can't talk about with a pending application. We have a similar concern anytime we have someone in our sales environment who says what's going to be across the street. We throw a lot of caveat. Hey, we're proposing a wee cottage community or a townhome community, and it's part of all they hear is, you told me it was going to be this. And so we have taken, I believe, prudent steps to make sure that we're disclosing, the circumstances to folks. And one of the things I've done, as I've asked, as we've had neighborhood meetings with original town residents and our own phase one residents, to become engaged in the public process. These meetings where staff has to give a presentation and the applicant gives a presentation are the most complete delivery of information that someone can find. And so we've been encouraging them to engage in the public process and look at the submittal documents to understand what's happening and to speak up if they have an opinion about, this connectivity, the project, all of those things in total.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't, the difference of something's in a disclosure document and there's a vacant property next to you and everybody sort of does that type of risk analysis in their brain. There's a vacant property. It could be a school, it could be a church, it could be open space, it could be a 4-story building. That's what you do. But when you buy a home and it's new construction, and you see, whether or not it's right next door or a couple doors down, a gazebo going in and beautiful flowers and landscaping, there's a little bit more than a mental assessment of risk. I'm not sure what it's going to be. That person has crossed into, a presumption that of course it's going to be a park. And so that's just, I appreciate the fact it's been in the disclosure documents. It's the fact that it got built and not just, even if it was sort of, roughed in as a park with dirt, that would have been a better, but the day the gazebos and the trees went in, is, that's where things really went south.
Understood. I think you have a valid point, and I acknowledge your point.
Okay, just a couple questions. So I have a question just around the sales themselves for phase one.
Mhm.
Also about how many, what's the sale price for the homes? What are they currently selling for?
So we have a pretty substantial range, and the range comes by and large by the options that can be installed in individual homes. So as stated before, there are 26 lots. 10 of them are sold and closed. 10 are under contract. The lowest priced homes are just over 700,000. And there's a variety of options, not just things you would normally think of like granite countertops and hardwood floors, but there's actually a pretty diverse selection of garages. One, two-car, a three-car, a three-car, organized differently with space up above. So substantial differences as it relates to that option. And so we do have home closings that are just over $1 million as well. I would say if I average this, it's probably in the $800 to $850,000 price point as an average.
And how many of those homes have had the second story added to the garage with the, I mean, it's not an ADU, but it's a bonus. I want to be careful with my language. I'm going to call it a bonus room.
Right.
Right.
I don't have that number right off the top of my head. I think it's a handful, probably no more than 3 or 4.
Okay. And those will, how are you preventing that from being an ADU? Is there a roughed-in bathroom? What is it that distinguishes that second story from being an ADU in your perspective? Well,
I don't have a technical description of that. I know that we were interested we understood that there may be a discussion at the board level about adding ADU language to the original town area. And when it was clear that we were going to be ahead of any decision about that, we removed all of the kitchen designs. So I think from a technical standpoint, an ADU would be something that includes a bathroom and cooking surfaces in a kitchen. So we have no finishes that would allow for a kitchen. Just like any space, and I'm sure there are a number of examples of this in original town. If someone has a garage or a garage space over a garage, and what they do after closing is sort of a matter of whether they're permitting that or not. But we do not have fixtures that would be consistent with an ADU.
Okay. So I know there's at least one that has that 2-story garage because you could see it.
Yeah.
David, just a couple of quick questions, and I'll preface this by saying, we were at the last board meeting on July 13th. It was a Wednesday morning. I happened to be riding my bike through the area, getting onto the My Hartford Trail with my son, and I noticed at least 20 guys out there building the park, and that kind of made me question, like, what the heck is this? Because I don't recall even having a discussion. So just a question on the process, because Matt, you said at the next meeting following the FDP discussion, we would have potential vote, so to speak, on the replat of the street, or rather use by right. So by rights, that should have been in the agenda on the 13th, and the Planning Commission could have weighed in on that already. And I can't find anything in my records for that having been discussed or even agenda'd at the last meeting. So is this a new suggestion here?
The vacation of the right of way?
Yeah, I mean, if this was always going to be part of the original FDP application, it should have been on the agenda on the 13th, which we obviously continued that conversation.
For the Planning Commission you're talking about?
Even for the board, we met on the 13th to discuss, phase 2. And what I heard from David is the second question after the FDP discussion is the use by right of Douglas Street and what we want to do there. So, if I'm just looking at the agenda, that should have been back there, or, has there been some change?
The plan was to bring it forward on the 24th.
But, I mean, we did discuss this at the 13th. And the planning commission met on the 7th of July, and this was not in their minutes at all. Like, I don't see any reference to discussion on Douglas Street.
To the Planning Commission. I'll have to double check that.
Okay,
in the code, but the vacation just may be board action, which is why you're not there.
So you guys you gotta understand my utter confusion here, because if this was always part of the phase 2 consideration, we shouldn't be scratching our heads as to whether or not this needs to go to the PC or not. If this was truly going to be the second part of the conversation, it should have been agended way back on July 13th. So,
Well, the board has typically been taking 2 meetings for any planning project. So the plan was to bring it forward on
No, I don't disagree, but typically, when it's 2 meetings, it's the same agenda item on both. What
Well,
I'm learning today.
This was always planned to be a separate agenda item, though.
Okay. All right. So that's where, my own personal confusion comes through, because if this was always going to be part of, sort of a follow-on conversation, the first I ever heard of it was today, short of, seeing the construction guys out there on the 13th. So, or the 15th, but, hey, it is what it is. And, I completely, I want to echo what Kevin had said earlier. I mean, this puts the board in a very awkward position. I agree that, parks are nicer, but I also don't want to be put in this position. And I think you guys can understand the utter sort of confusion and sort of scratching my head that some of us are feeling here right now, because I mean, it's very awkward, to put it mildly.
Okay, I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment on this item. Are there any further items that board members want to ask or discuss? But we do have it's an agenda item, so I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment. Okay, we have one hand raised. Steve Poe, go ahead. Just need to unmute, bottom left.
Mute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Steve Poe. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm the first phase owner, moving up to lot 216. I understand that the board is looking very carefully and taking care of the property of the town, and it's very hard for the board to cede the right of way of Douglas Street, because I believe there's a need sometime in the future. But at the same time, probably there's no immediately urgent need to open up the Douglas Street to punch it through all the way. So I like, and Dave has been very open-minded collecting feedback from the residents. And I'm the one that strongly suggests that have a park there. I mean, it's for the city, have more green space, and also for the residents. I mean, it is good for the house value and so forth. But how do we come to the point, middle point, that the city doesn't have to cede the right of way, but the community also has the opportunity to use it till the city needs it. So I think, is it possible that we have a right of usage for a certain period of time and review the city's needs periodically, maybe say 20, 30 years, depends on how fast the town is growing and so forth. And that will set things to ease, and the city is for the granted the use of the right to use, but not the right of the way, but just the usage. And for the best of the community, for the city, and when time needed, a certain amount of time, 20, 30 years, when city needed, still have the opportunity to reevaluate that situation. That is my proposal. I strongly, suggest that let us. I mean, from what I have heard in the community, in the town meeting here in phase 1, I heard 100% would like to have their park there. And also for the safety, right? You know, when the Douglas Street is not a straight shot through, the speed is going to slow down. Is better for the community for safety. I think those are all the best things that for the community to use this piece of land. But you know, with just the usage right, not necessarily the permanently. The city still holds the right to claim it after a certain time of usage. I would like to put this up for consideration or for discussion later. Okay, that's my comments and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve Poe, for your comments. Appreciate that. Any additional public comment on this agenda item? All right, any further discussion from board members? Okay, good discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and joining our meeting. And we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks for your time. Good night.
Thank you. All right, it's 8:30. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be back to do agenda item number 7. Okay, looks like everyone's back. We'll go ahead and get started with agenda item number 7, which is adoption of an ordinance amending section 2-2-60 of the Superior Municipal Code concerning compensation for the mayor and board of trustees. And I can turn it over to Matt for an introduction.
Thanks, Mayor. As you mentioned, the Superior Municipal Code identifies the compensation for the board. Currently, the compensation is set at $750 for the mayor and $500 for each trustee, including the mayor pro tem. This current level was set by the board in 2017 at that time. Although the board that the amounts that the board ultimately approved in 2017, I'll mention, were lower than what staff had recommended at that time, but was something the board felt comfortable at that time. Staff periodically reviews different data points of other surveys, other cities. This is one of those things that we survey periodically. We did a survey recently of surrounding municipalities and board and council compensation, which we provided in your packet for your review. The average of all the cities that we surveyed had a compensation for the mayor set at, our average was $1,320. The mayor pro tem, some cities identify separately from the trustees or council members, was $1,013, and for the trustee or council positions was $944. Staff is recommending, it appears from the data that we did, we're recommending that the compensation for the board be increased to be at least in line with what the average compensation is for other cities. This compensation, if the board decides to increase it to staff's recommendations, would not be in effect for any of the current board members unless those are members that are eligible for re-election in this coming November 3rd election of 2020. They're re-elected. Any increases would apply to them. And then the remaining board members and mayor would be effective in November of 2022. Budget, so the staff's recommendation is to increase the mayor's compensation to $1,100 a month, and each trustee would receive an increase to $900 a month. There are budget impacts that would take effect after the November 3rd election. This compensation would increase the budget for this area to $20,400 increase. And then after the 2022 election, there'd be an additional $18,600 impact to the budget for a total compensation increase for all 7 positions of $78,000. And for public information, the total general fund budget for 2022 is estimated to be $15.7 million. So staff's recommendation is to bring the board's compensation up in line with what other cities have, in consideration with all the time that is spent by board members, not only in these meetings, but prepping for these meetings and responding to your constituents and all the other, board liaison roles and outside board meetings that you guys have. There's a very large time commitment from board members. So I think this is a reasonable recommendation from staff for your consideration.
All right, thanks, Matt, for that introduction. And I'll just start by saying I would support these increases and just clarify that it would not apply to me. I'm serving until 2022, and so this would not apply to me. I'm also term limited in 2022, so not an issue there either. So
You can run for trustee.
I can, but I won't.
Can you go back to the planning commission?
I can, but I won't.
Can.
I won't do that either.
So I'll echo the mayor's thoughts. I don't see why we shouldn't value the time of the trustees and the mayor as much as other jurisdictions, our neighboring jurisdictions, are valuing that same amount of time. Interestingly, like looking through the packet, some of the materials that were put together by Matt and staff, there's per diems that some jurisdictions allow. There's additional payments for committee attendance. Things like that are not captured in our structure. We've been running lean and mean, and ultimately, I think that this is a reasonable adjustment. Cost of living continues to increase, and at the end of the day, even with all of the increases, this would still amount to less than 0.5% of our total general fund. And that's just for the general fund of the town, not including any of the districts. When you factor in the real, budgetary impact to the $45 million each year that we budget, this is just a drop in the bucket. So even if you're just looking at the town for 15 million for 2022, that's still less than 0.5%. So I think this is a reasonable increase. I'm supportive of it as proposed by staff, bringing the mayor up to 1,100 and each trustee up to 900.
So this is something that I think came up, and I was the initial person who pushed to have this be reevaluated and brought forward to the board for consideration. I think I started talking about this maybe a year or so ago, and what I was hearing from some of my neighbors who are in similar situations as I am, where there's young children, maybe one or two working parents, but the conversation I continually had was, how are you able to do this? How are we able to make it work with so little amount of compensation when you have to then factor in babysitting, childcare, that sort of thing, just to make the meetings themselves work. Because as Matt mentioned, it's not just our board meetings, it is our meetings outside with the various organizations and committees we liaison to. So this is something I heard from our residents a year and 2 years ago, and it was only pushed forward even more in my mind when Louisville had their election last year, and I saw many other conversations on the various social media platforms of how people wanted to get involved, but it was just prohibitive to them to even consider, because there's no way they could possibly put in this time and effort without some type of reasonable compensation. And I think it's clear. I went out and I did the math on how much time I dedicate to the meetings, and my pay per hour is roughly $7.15. So well below minimum wage. And I assume that if many of you did the same calculation, you'd come out to similar numbers. So I was already pushing for this. Now, with the recent civil unrest across our country, I think it's become even more clear that there are certain structural things inherent within our government that contribute to inequality and contribute to a lack of diverse voices in positions of power that can actually step forward and represent all the different positions that we would want to be able to represent in our local government. I think compensation should not be one of those barriers to people wanting to actually step forward and serve their community. And right now it is clearly and undoubtedly in my mind a barrier to people being able to serve. I appreciate the effort the town staff went to give us some benchmarks, and that is what they are, benchmarks as to what other towns are doing. But those benchmarks and their use to come up with a suggested pay assumes that those benchmarks are also appropriate, and I'd argue they are not appropriate. I would argue, based off just my observations and hearing comments from the Broomfield board, the Louisville board, I believe there was comments from the Erie board not too long ago, and even the Longmont board revisited this last year. There is a strong feeling across our community that pay for elected officials is far too low, and we really need to be doing more to bring that pay up so we can actually encourage people that might not have the means to do this without proper compensation. So while I appreciate those benchmarks, I'm proposing that we actually increase the amounts that are under consideration. And I would propose that for trustees, we consider $1,300 a month, and for mayor, $1,600 a month. Are those somewhat arbitrary numbers? A bit. They are. I did the calculations, and they're over minimum wage. But considering that these amounts are not tacked to any type of inflation-adjusted numbers, and that unless we want to have boards revisit this over and over and over again, it makes sense to go above what is minimum wage right now, or even what we'd want it to be. That way, this can be a standing number for some years to come. So that's my alternate proposal that I put forth to the board tonight.
You know, it's interesting, Ken, that you did that calculation. I did the calculation also, just about, you know, the average amount of time that I spend per month. I came out at about $8.33 an hour. So still below minimum wage, not quite down to the $7 an hour rate. But I echo your comments there. I think that the real hourly wage that is paid based on, you know, the amount of committee meetings and all the work that goes into serving, it adds up. It's a lot of time every month.
I want to opine here. So I'm fundamentally not opposed to a salary increase, given, you know, the amount of work that we're expected to do. But I'd also, in conjunction, want us to look at the scope of what this board is asked to do versus some of our neighbors. You know, we've deliberately kept our town staff very low relative to our neighbors, and I actually, you know, wonder if growing town staff would take some of the burden off of the board. You know, so that's question one relative to the number of hours that we put in, and how does that compare? And obviously I don't have an answer to that. You know, fundamentally, I don't think anyone chooses to run because of the salary, but a salary that doesn't cover basic costs definitely deprives us of quality candidates. Prior to the COVID pandemic shutdown, I was going to have at least 2 to 3 meetings where my wife was traveling this past spring. Obviously, she's grounded and she hasn't seen the inside of an airplane for months. But that would have meant that I need to find childcare for my kids to be on their own. And since my kids are older, it's not such a big problem. But let's say that I did have younger kids, babysitter for 5 to 6 hours, easily $75 to $100 a night. And that's if you can even actually find a babysitter on a school night till 11:30 at night. I would ask any of you to try to find one, and it is impossible. So, you know, that's another reason we're losing quality candidates. It's not the compensation. It's not, you know, it's the hours. It's the time of day. You know, put any of yourselves in a position with a traveling spouse who can't care for your kids if you have kids. How do you get home after a meeting? Obviously, COVID, it's different. But, you know, I was going to be leaving those meetings at 10 o'clock, full stop. You know, so as for the comps on the staff memo, we do have to be careful about who we measure ourselves against. The memo includes towns that are, you know, 3 of the towns are 7 to 10 times the size of Superior. But it also includes some smaller towns such as Castle Pines and Greenwood Village. Castle Pines, they pay $0. Everybody, and there's actually a point on their website that says, you know, people in Castle Pines do this for the sake of doing it. The same at the other end of the spectrum, Greenwood Village pays $3,000 a month to the mayor and $1,500 to the town council. So since I'm a math guy, I try to isolate a set of variables that would help here. And ultimately, you know, is it per capita? Is it based on town size? Is it based on the town budget? In almost all those cases, you know, we're one of the smaller budgets and probably the smallest staff. So after going through all the analytical gymnastics and making my hair hurt, you know, I fundamentally agree our staff's underpaid, but what I don't know is what the right number is. You know, is it 1,000 to the mayor and 750 to the board? Because the other thing you do have to conceptually look at is a relative increase that we're talking about for, you know, anybody who gets reelected potentially in 2020. So we're gonna be going from 300 to potentially 900. It's a 300% increase, which is not impossible, but it's one of those things where, you know, the data is the data. And, you know, all of us are data hounds. You got to sit back and look at the data. Does it make sense? You know, as you look at the staff memo and you look at what some of our neighbors do and the resources they have to help them do their job, and that we're light on that. How do we balance that out? And I don't think it's salary alone. I think it's looking at the hours that we're expected to put in. I think it's the time of day that we're expected to put in, the number of committees that we have, and how do we augment staff? You know, if we can add 5 staff members, again, it's a drip in the bucket, sure, but a lot of drips gets to be a big bucket. But if we added 5 staff members, does that take the burden off the board? Does that shorten the memos? Does that shorten the meetings because we have more data coming in? Food for thought.
So Neil, I think you made a couple really good points there around this is not the topic of tonight, but around the time for meetings and the committee meetings. I think we talked at our last retreat about having staff liaisons only be the ones to attend the committee meetings rather than board members, and we decided against that. But I would love to see additional staff help take the burden off the board. But my food for thought that I would put out there is that we have to let staff do that and not insist on doing everything ourselves. To the topic of actual compensation, Matt, I wanted to kind of ask you a question about this, which is kind of how did we come to be so underpaid in Superior relative to our peers? Because one of the things that I'm thinking about is this is a bit of a lagging process. We vote for it now. It's only applicable to the new people. So we're always a little bit behind. And while I see the numbers that our neighboring towns are paying their board members right now, is that about to go up for them? And we're again going to be behind. So I just kind of wanted to get some perspective on, when we're looking at the numbers right now, we're basically half of what most other towns are. So if we take this increase, would that really put us at parity, or are we going to be 2 years behind everyone else?
Well, and like I mentioned in the introduction, in 2017, we were proposing, our recommendation that came from staff to the board was similar to what you're seeing now. But the board was not comfortable at that time with going to that level. And that was, their decision at that time. But so, yeah, I mean, that just lets you know that's 3 years ago, and we're proposing roughly the same level that we're recommending to you today. So in 2 years.
The question is, do we want to, if this was the recommendation 3 years ago and the board didn't adopt it, do we want to stick with this same recommendation that's now 3 years old, or do we want to go higher, to Ken's point?
We looked at the closest communities to us, Broomfield, Louisville, Erie, Lafayette, and that's how we came to the recommendation that we're bringing forward to you now. I can't tell you for certain that they won't be looking at, a reconsideration of their compensation, those cities, in the next couple of years. But as you get to the larger communities, that's where you see the larger compensation for their council members, except for Golden and Northland. Golden's kind of the outlier there, and Lone Tree to some degree, but Golden is the highest of the surveyed communities, and their population's closer to ours. But I don't know why their decision was made, but it could be similar to what Trustee Lish had mentioned, where, do we want to just approve something that's average, or do we want to set something that won't have to be reconsidered in 2 years?
So my sense on this, it's a threefold increase for the 3 people that are running for re-election, or whoever would be taking those seats. It's going from 300 to 900.
The current level is 5.
No, right. But the current seats that are, it's for me, Mark, and Sandy, it's $300.
Okay.
So, we could say, okay, it's an increase from 500 to 900, but for more than half the board, it's an increase from 300 to 900, threefold increase. I'm certainly not comfortable going higher than that. The threefold increase makes me feel very uncomfortable. I think we've all done similar math. For those watching, I get one of the most common questions is, how much time do you spend? And I usually budget it for every hour in a meeting. We spend 2 hours preparing for that meeting. Sometimes it's a lot more if it's a giant packet. Sometimes it's a lot less, but I try to average out. If I'm going to a 6-hour meeting, I try to find, or a 5-hour meeting, I try to find 10 hours in the days leading up to that to prepare. In every meeting I go to, I try to have that same discipline. And so it turns out to be, when you add up all those hours and meetings, it turns out to be less than $10 an hour. So this would certainly be a welcome improvement and closer to the cost of living. I think Ken does make a nice point that I do not want to disadvantage anybody. I'm in a situation because I'm older and I can leave the kids can for the most part be, on their own, but I don't want somebody to not run who might have a younger family that they would have to hire babysitters, or somebody from a different socioeconomic class where they might be in a situation where they're choosing between, time and a half in their day job or bringing their brain power and their point of view to the town of Superior, which we need that type of diversity. So for that reason, I'm supportive of the increase. I'd be inclined to bring it down a little bit, but the difference between it's not going to be that material to the overall general fund. But from an optics perspective, I'm not comfortable going any higher than the 900. And then finally, I think we could have a detailed conversation about stipends and, for how many meetings you go to, but that's not our brand, right? I mean, we're all working hard. I don't want to get into that. And so I think the fixed monthly flat reimbursement makes sense.
And just to provide balance to those comments, Kevin, I appreciate those comments. The optics is important, and that's something that I put a lot of brain power towards. And what I propose is how is that going to be perceived by our community, by others, and where I landed is I think it's important optics, that it's us sending a message that we are going to be more inclusive, that we are the community that's going to take that step forward and make sure that the compensation is no longer going to be a barrier to entry for people who want to run. And so I understand that a 300% increase is a sticker shock of I can't believe thinking about that, but at the same point that's not a workable wage. And I think this is an opportunity where we can step up and be a leader for us of the region, who I think will follow in short order once there's a municipality that has the courage to step forward and actually bring wages up to where they should be.
And that 300% number, I mean, okay, math is math, but the starting point is important to recognize. And, we're getting paid right now $300 a month. And, every time that comes up in a discussion, and, we talk about how the new trustees are living large on $500 a month. So, sometimes we can hit them up for coffee from time to time because, obviously 300 only goes so far, but I don't think anybody in our community is going to be thinking that anybody on this board is doing this for the money and is, living high on the hog because of, the salary that we're getting paid here for our service, whether it be at 300, which is what we're currently getting paid, the 500 that you guys are getting paid, or the 750 that, Clint's just rolling in it right now. We do a lot of work, and that's not cutting it. It's just not. And I agree with Ken 100% that, at a certain point in time, there are people who are discouraged from running who otherwise would run, were it not for the level of compensation. So I'm comfortable with the proposal that staff has put together. I'm also comfortable with, discussing some deviation from that proposal, but I think there definitely needs to be a change.
I think it's also important that, we're focusing so much on this delta and on how much it's going to increase. But, what Ken is saying around changes that are needed and making sure that we're not limiting the pool of people who apply. I mean, I think one of the key tenets is if you see something wrong, don't just take baby steps toward fixing it. Let's actually fix it. And given that this can only come up every 2 years, really, because it can only come up when new people are getting elected, if we don't increase this now, then we have to wait another 2 years to address it. So I think we ought to address it in full, not be afraid of what the delta looks like and so take baby steps toward fixing it. Let's actually get it fixed and get it right.
So I actually would like to ask a question of the town attorney. My sense from watching other communities is that other communities don't only adjust their salaries every 4 years, and it looks like they have different rules regarding how often they can adjust their salary. I seem to remember Louisville did it a couple of times since I've been on the board. Now, I'm not gonna put money in Vegas on that, but I'm pretty sure they've adjusted several times. Dan, is there a statutory limit that says we can only do it once every 4 years? Or is that our own self-imposed code?
To tell you the truth, I do need to take a look at the statute. I think you're generally allowed to change it. But yeah, to tell you the truth, let me take a look at the statute as you guys are discussing further, and then I can kind of weigh in.
Because as I continue, one of the things that I asked Kendra today, and she was going to look into this, I said, is there a way that we could adjust compensation? Because part of what happens is you have this massive disparity between the people who are on the board compared to, so for every 2 years, we have a massive disparity. So, and for me, it was a concern because I asked Kendra this. I said, a trustee who's been on the board for 4 years is a much more effective trustee, has a deeper depth of knowledge. So is there a way that you could structure the compensation so that new trustees are paid at the level of the current trustees, but somebody who's elected brand new, but somebody who's reelected could be elected at a higher rate. Now, I'm gonna say right now, you guys are gonna get a chance to test whether this higher salary makes a difference, because I'm not running again. And so you are going to find out within the next 2 weeks, whatever number we come up with, does it make a difference in whether anybody's going to run? For me, the bigger reason to not run, and I have many personal reasons why I'm not running, is the fact that we have lack of respect for the fact that not everybody who's on this board comes from a nuclear family with husband, wife, and 2 children. We don't have respect for the fact that we might have a single mom. We don't have respect for the fact that we have people on this board who find a 5-hour meeting on a regular basis completely unacceptable because it's out of the norm of what all of our colleagues do. However, whatever the rest of the board comes with, I will vote to support it, but you're going to find out in the next 2 weeks whether your increased salary has an impact on whether people run.
So, and just to respond to your question, I think in terms of, you brought up the proposal of, kind of an increased salary for, a difference in salary for somebody who's, say, the first time on the board versus somebody who has kind of a successive, term. I think that's generally fine. I think we would have to kind of define it within the code itself. So if there was some kind of a difference, it would say, something along the lines of, of somebody elected to their first term would be compensated, at this rate. And then I think we just have to define what it would mean for somebody to get paid more. Would that mean that, any successive term, they would be paid at a different rate? So I think that's probably fine as long as we kind of define that. In terms of the statute, in terms, and kind of the change in compensation, I mean, the statute kind of generally just states that the Board of Trustees shall receive compensation fixed by ordinance. So
technically it's our own code that is limiting us right now to the fact that you can't change your compensation, because I seem to remember that somebody's compensation was, they set the benchmark, and instead of having this, hey, we got to vote to catch up every year, they basically put in place that it would go, because you look at the numbers for some of our neighboring communities, they're odd numbers. Mm-hmm. So are they increasing at a percentage every year? So, cost of living, or, if we get it to whatever we think that living wage is, if it's $1,000 for trustees and $1,500 for the mayor, do we then set something that says every year it can adjust, just like Social Security adjusts or your salary adjusts? But, for me, this wage is not why what I would be paid is not the reason I'm not running. Part of why I'm not running is the fact that I think we don't manage this board very well. And it is very, very hard to be a single individual, maintain a household, work a 9-to-5 job during COVID where you're going to work every day, and then have to go to these extremely long meetings because we don't have enough discipline to have a meeting within 2 or 3 hours like our colleagues do. So I think we need to look at the code, not just at the way we're making these adjustments. I mean, the trustees that were here prior to myself and Kevin and Mark, they made $100. And yet we had some really great folks who served very, very well and were very, very strong. And I do not believe that what we're paying people is the barrier. The barrier is, do you have the time to commit? But you're going to have a chance to find out in the next 2 weeks, because I'm going to go out publicly tomorrow and tell people I'm not running, and there is an open seat that an incumbent will not be running against them. So if you're interested, go down to town hall and pick up your application.
Okay, I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment on this agenda item. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make any comments on this item? Okay, no takers. I would entertain a motion to approve the ordinance that's been proposed.
Well, can we just have I'm interested in hearing what Ken's suggestion was beyond what the proposed ordinance.
His proposal was $1,300 for trustee and $1,600 for mayor. I heard some in favor of that. I heard some opposed to that. So I'm just kind of looking for a way to move this forward, and let's, talking about being more efficient with meetings. I think this is an example. We're kind of beating this one to death here. And, we had a proposal 3 years ago and we got to a vote, and then it was, it was stripped down. Now we're talking about kind of going up, which I don't think it really matters a whole lot either way. I think the proposal that staff's outlined is probably the best way forward.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm asking the question is because it sounded like Laura and Ken were, you know, supportive of not revisiting this every 2 years. And, you know, I'm not exactly sure where you are, Clint. I know you're supportive of the staff proposal, and then Neil, Kevin, and Sandy with respect to Ken's proposal. How do y'all feel about that?
Well, I guess my comment would be, if you move it to 1,600 and everybody else starts moving it so they can catch up with us, you're going to be having this exact same discussion 2 years from now. Don't think you won't. So set what you think is appropriate now and look at your code. And do you change the code so that you're dealing with the salary on a yearly basis?
Agreed. I mean, I really like what Sandy said around, rather than dealing with this every 2 years, can we put it to the levels maybe that Ken just mentioned? Because that seems like it will truly be parity and we're not going to be behind the 8 ball. And then add some sort of stipulation of, and it increases 5% every year or 3% every year or something along those lines. I think that also solves the problem of new people getting elected. Generally, new people have less experience and they're making more than the old people, which doesn't make that much sense. So if we can set it where it goes across the board, then I think that would, to me, that would make a lot more sense.
And if we do peg it to anything, I would encourage us to peg it to inflation. That way we're following just the normal increase in the value of money. I would be happy to make a motion right now, but I don't want to waste the time of making a motion just to have it fail. So if there's other people who want to propose a different amount, I'm happy to hear it so we can figure that out. But I haven't heard anybody else.
Well, Neil circulated a spreadsheet that had, you know, kind of his math on kind of where things landed, and you know, I looked at it, Neil, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you kind of came out higher than what the staff recommendation was once you pulled out some of the highs and the lows.
Well, a good question. You know, what I did is I sort of limited it to towns smaller than 30,000 people. You know, I think it's somewhat disingenuous to include Arvada with Superior. No offense, Matt, just it's apples and oranges. You know, so when you look at towns that are less than 30,000 people, you get everything from Castle Pines, who pays nothing, to Lafayette, that pays $750 per board member. And you just run a basic average across that, and you exclude the high and low, because Greenwood Village is at 1,500 and Castle Pines at 0. So you're at 850 for a board member, and, you know, 1,200 for the mayor. So not significantly different than, you know, what was in the town in the staff proposal, but by narrowing it to towns that look like us, it seemed more relevant. And just, you know, economically, Greenwood Village looks a lot like Superior. But the thing that, you know, and no offense, Clint, you know, and this is sometimes my frustration. Yeah, I get it. We want the meetings to move along, but we haven't had this discussion. I think Sandy's brought us some good questions here around, you know, amending the code. And that's the kind of thing that, you know, we need to have, you know, included in the conversation, right? You know, it's just not, you know, jack it up to 900, move on, come back 2 years from now. There's a broader conversation. And I think Laura said it, like, how do you avoid this conversation on a regular basis? That's how we improve the efficiency of this board. So I'm more than, you know, comfortable with, you know, say 850 for trustees, and then, you know, up to 1,100 for the mayor. But I do want us to look, you know, to a COLA increase on a biennial basis, you know, and I think that's the only way we avoid this, you know, sort of treadmill conversation every couple of years.
I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing to have the conversation on a regular basis. I mean, I think voting yourself an increase is one thing. Voting yourself an automatic increase is another thing. I don't like the optics of that. And I think that, I don't know that I don't think that's.
Well, so, you know, and that's fair. The main thing here is, you know, all we're doing right now is we're looking at the numbers for the other towns, and it only included the size of the towns and the salary. It didn't include anything about the size of the staff, the size of the budget, or what their code says, right? I mean, if we're going to do a true comparison, let's compare more than 3 variables. And if others have code that automatically adjusts, and I think as Sandy alluded to, some of these numbers don't end in 0, so there's an automatic adjustment. So Louisville has something built in there. It'd be interesting to know what that is. And, or Lone Tree, why do they have, a non-round number at the bottom? Is there a reason for doing that? And it feels like I'm stabbing in the dark to get to a number based on, an average of a bunch of somewhat similar and dissimilar towns. And I'm not actually thinking through how they got there.
Okay, how about, if people would like more research, maybe we pull this off the agenda and bring it back with more data.
So that's where, so I can align to a lot of things that we're talking about. But if we're going to argue that this is important to get people interested in the election process, voting on this in 2 weeks misses the election window. I've got a real problem with that.
Correct. Yeah, I think my comment would be is set your limit, whatever, I'm going to stay out of it. I think Neil made a lot of sense with what he just said. I would suggest we go with that, but then, let's commit that sometime between now and I would like to see it happen before November because I'd like to be part of the conversation, that we do some research on what do other cities' code look like, and is there a way that we can help ourselves to be able to deal with this on a regular basis so that, and when we do it, we'll have public comment because we're changing the code. And
let me just suggest this is the 3rd time I've had a conversation about salary. The first time was when I was sitting in the audience and I made a public comment supporting an increase. The second time was a few years ago when I was elected, and there's today. We've spent many more hours talking about the merger of CAPS and ProStack than we have talking about a salary increase. I completely agree with what Clint said, and that, we absolutely cannot vote ourselves an increase, and nobody's suggesting that. But I also like this really kind of awkward, difficult conversation happening in a public setting. I appreciate the fact that staff went out, surveyed other communities. I appreciate the fact we're having a dialogue and it's available for public comment. I think somebody should make a motion and we should vote on it, but overcomplicating this or trying to predict what the future would be, or even adding a CPI which could adjust, is still giving ourselves effectively a raise when perhaps other communities have given themselves a decrease because the pandemic lasts 5 years, or God help us, who knows what happens. So while I don't love the $900 number, I do like the structure of it. And I like the fact that it forces a conversation every few years, because I think that's appropriate to have this conversation in the public setting with public comment. And I will not support anything that says, then we're going to give ourselves an adjustment every year, even if it's cost of living or CPI.
So, I'm sorry. Just kind of weigh in terms of kind of the automatic increase, that would be kind of effective, every year or whatever after you pass the resolution. I would just say that, I'd like to look into how we would actually phrase that and whether there's any kind of implications in terms of, Tabor. I'm not aware of the other municipalities that kind of have this automatic increase in place. So I think if that's kind of a consideration that the board would like to look at, that, we would like some time to see how we would kind of structure something like that. So it's aligns with state law and whatnot. So.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we put that in place tonight. I was just saying, I think that's something we should look at, is how do other municipalities, what does their code say regarding changes to the trustee compensation? That's all I'm saying. But you gotta vote on a number tonight.
Okay, so with that, would someone make a motion, please? Either the motion that the ordinance has been proposed or something different.
So I'll make a amended motion and I'll come down because I hear Kevin's concerns, but I'm not going to come down that much. So I'll first put the numbers out there, and then I'll read the actual motion. I'll propose $1,200 for trustees and $1,500 for the mayor. So, sorry, my screen pulled up. I move to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-10, Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior, amending Section 2-2-60 of the Superior Municipal Code concerning compensation for the mayor and Board of Trustees to amount to $1,200 a month for trustees and $1,500 a month for the mayor.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish, second by trustee Skrzynski, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan, Ryan.
I'm thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Faster.
Can we go discussion or no discussion?
We started the vote, so we skipped that.
No.
Shaw,
No.
Skwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
No.
Hammerly,
No.
Laces.
No.
Okay, motion fails. Would someone like to make another motion? Or a different motion?
I'll make a motion at the level that town staff recommended.
Okay, you want to read the full?
I'll have to pull it up.
I have a clarification since that ordinance was not approved. Do we go to the next number of the ordinance, Dan? Would that be 11?
No, I would think that we could just kind of, I mean, the ordinance that's actually in place, we can just, you know, the one that's actually proposed itself, because the other one, the previous one was not, the previous vote did not pass.
Which was 10, so this one would be 11. That's what I'm asking. Am I not understanding?
Yeah, I mean, my thinking is that this is still ordinance 10, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-10, Series 20. That was right?
Yes.
Series, yeah, Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior, amending Section 2.2 or 2-2-60 of the Superior Municipal Code concerning compensation for the mayor and Board of Trustees.
Second.
And just to clarify, that's at the level of $900 for trustee and $1,100 for mayor.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Motion by trustee Hammerly and second by, who was that? Trustee Shaw. Phyllis, go ahead with the roll call vote, please.
Discussion?
Or discussion.
I'm going to vote no on this. I truly hope as you all vote, you think about what this sends to the people in our community that do not have the means to run at a level that is prohibitive of them being able to put forth this time commitment. This amount does not change that. To actually change that and make sure we adjust the structure of the systems that cause inadvertently inequality within our society, we need to make steps, and this does not take that step. So I will vote no to this, but I want to encourage the rest of you to vote no as well.
Ken, I appreciate it. I mean, the reason why I paused on the other one, so I appreciate the opportunity for discussion. This can become a material amount. So my job, I work for a big company. My job obviously knows that I have this, and I get approved from, you know, ethics team that permissible, but the employer does not permit second jobs in a salaried employee. But this is, you know, I do this as an elected official, and it's basically volunteer on my own time. And I figure out nights and weekends with the occasional day. If you start making this a, you know, looking like a job, you have the opposite effect, where you are effectively creating near full-time employment, and the unintended consequence may be people like me that are doing this, making their time available, may not be able to do that anymore. So I honestly don't know. I mean, I'll tell you, I will vote yes, but I need to take this to the ethics council and say, okay, that thing that got approved, what if it was a 3 times higher salary? Is that still okay? And I hope the answer is sure, but it might not be. And so that's just it's just, this is starting to look a lot more like yeah, we all spend a lot of time on it, but all of us have full-time jobs. So my point is there's a line I'm trying to walk here, and I don't want to push it too far.
I respect that. We're already doing the job that is required to do a good job as an elected official. I don't see that this amount changes the number of hours I'm going to put in. I've already been putting in the number of hours that I think are necessary for me to come to my meetings prepared and have make coherent arguments and push forward whatever I think is in the best interest of our community. So I don't see this becoming a full-time job in increasing hours or anything. And I can respect that when numbers get too high, maybe that causes some ethical issues with some of our legal counsels and our other work. But at the end of the day, let's imagine that the number is $1,000 instead of $900. We're still just talking $12,000 a year. There are people living off of that amount who are struggling, but that is not an amount that people, especially here in Boulder County, are necessarily living off of. So we're not talking about a second job here, even by the amount. I mean, I hear that argument, but I personally don't see that it holds as much weight as making sure that it's a high enough amount that we break down those barriers.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the table. Okay, Phyllis, could you proceed with the vote, please? Roll call vote. Phyllis, are you there for a roll call vote?
It looks like she's not there.
Okay.
We lost Phyllis.
Maybe we could have Martin do a roll call vote if he's available.
Let's just pause for a minute. I'm sure Matt ran out to give her a ring on the cell. Let's just pause and make sure there's a.
Oh yeah, technical issues. She lost her connection. Martin's gonna do the roll call.
Okay, thanks. Just want to make sure all was good. Thanks, Matt. You knew where I was going.
All right, for that ordinance, Clint Folsom.
Yes.
Trustee Hammerly.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lasis.
Yes.
Trustee Lish.
No.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Shaw.
Yes.
Trustee Sklezinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, and motion passes. Thank you all. All right, next up we have a public hearing. It's agenda item number 8, public hearing and approval of an ordinance adopting updated building codes and National Electric Code. And to start the public hearing, I will gavel to open the public hearing, and we have proof of publication for this public hearing.
We do, Mayor. We do.
Okay, thanks, Martin. All right. Let you or Matt go ahead with the introduction.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Martin Toth, the Assistant Town Manager, he's going to introduce this item for us.
Thank you, Matt. So a quick summary on this while we have time. So the towns use the standard nationwide building code regulations for more than 3 decades now. This is the group of code standards that together is known as the International Building Code Series, or the I-codes. These requirements protect public health and safety in buildings, and they continue to be the industry standard. They include all aspects of construction, from structural requirements to fire protection, mechanical, plumbing, and energy conservation through to accessibility. The I-codes are updated every 3 years to incorporate the changing technologies and other just evolution of how construction industry works. So many communities around our region have already adopted the 2018 I-code series, or they plan to in the near term. And the builders who come to the town typically expect this to be the standard for all their projects. There's a second element for the board to consider tonight that's separate. So this is the National Electric Code. This is an additional building code that comes from a separate entity, the Fire Protection Association, and is also part of the town's overall building regulations. The state requires the local governments to adopt the same edition of the NEC as the state, and the state of Colorado has adopted the 2020 version, so we need to do this as well here for Superior. So those are the 2 items that are considered with this ordinance that's in your packet tonight. An ordinance to adopt the 2018 International Building Code Series and the 2020 National Electric Code. If adopted, these I-codes and the NEC will apply specifically to new construction and to renovation work. For the renovation of an existing building, a retrofit to meet the current code would not be required for typical projects. Inspections for a remodel project would cover the area of the structure specifically where the work is, and only that area. And that area would be required to meet the updated standards. It wouldn't be for the entire structure. Rocky Mountain Fire staff has reviewed this. Division Chief Kelly is here tonight. We appreciate her spending some time with us tonight, and they've had a chance to review and support the town adopting the 2018 Fire Code as part of the I-Code series. With that, the chief building officials, who's Ernie Kern, and also the planning and building manager, Stephen Williams, who oversee this operational area, are here tonight, and we are available to try and answer any questions you have regarding this ordinance.
All right, thanks, Martin. Questions from the board? Okay, anyone? Okay, I'll just say I appreciate the bringing the updated codes to us. I think it's always important to have updated codes for health and safety of our residents and their structure. So I think it makes sense to move forward with these when we're able to. Actually, I probably shouldn't have gone into opinion quite yet because we're still in the public hearing segment, but I got a little bit ahead of myself because there's no questions. See, you all threw me off there. All right, if there's no questions, why don't we go to public? Anyone in the public like to make public comment on this? Any public comment on agenda item number 8? All right, seeing none. Anything further before I close the public hearing? Okay, has everyone lost their microphones or something? Okay, public hearing's closed. You've already heard my opinion, so anyone else?
You know, I've received more emails from the public on this agenda item than I think I've had in the entire 3 years that I've been on the board. So I think it's really important that we move forward and approve this ordinance.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-11, Series 2020. An ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior amending Chapter 18 of the Superior Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2018 edition of the following codes: the International Building Code, the International Mechanical Code, the International Plumbing Code, the International Fire Code, with appendices B, C, and D, the International Fuel Gas Code, the International Residential Code, the International Energy Conservation Code, the International Existing Building Code, the International Private Sewage Disposal Code, and the International Property Maintenance Code, and the 2020 edition of the following codes: the National Electrical Code and the Marshall and Swift Valuation Service.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote.
Sure. I'm back finally. Folsom,
Yes.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Is that all of the action we needed to take on that agenda item? Okay. All right, thanks all to staff for waiting around for that lengthy discussion. I appreciate you all being on the meeting. All right, we're on now to Talking Trash. Item number 9, discussion of waste collection services agreement scope of service.
How long did you plan that? But
I just came up with it.
Yeah.
Just came up with it right now. It's what 6 years on this board will do for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Martin's going to introduce this item as well.
Thank you. This agenda item, something that's come up, not with this current group. I don't know if anybody here has had this, but for this item, big picture, what we're going to do is go over a little bit of background information on the RFP logistics for the town's waste service agreement before getting to the recommendation details that that was presented and assembled by the town's ACES committee. And then also from ACES, we have joining the meeting tonight the chair of the group, Essie Snell, and then also a member, James Zarski. Jim Zarski's here. Will be available to talk about their recommendation and help clarify any questions the board might have regarding their recommendation. So a little bit of background. The town began contracting with a third-party vendor to provide residential trash and recycling services here in 2008. This would be for the areas in town that are not part of Rock Creek. So original town Sagamore and the Ridge neighborhoods to start. And then since then, we've added the Coal Creek Crossing, downtown Superior, and the Calmonte neighborhoods. Prior to 2008, residents outside of Rock Creek would contract individually for their waste hauling. Many reported prices that were much higher than the rate paid by the residents in Rock Creek. And then also different haulers would have trucks here serving these individual resident accounts and then potentially driving through town all days of the week rather than having one day for all homes to be serviced through a single vendor. So since 2008, the town board has approved each of these agreements after formal RFP processes. The town manager and I have coordinated this agreement in the past. As the board members noted under the energy item earlier, we don't have staff members dedicated to waste diversion and sustainability related items. So this is an item that stayed with the town manager's staff. Our current agreement, which was approved in 2015, provides weekly trash and every other week recycling service for $9.95 per month for each residence. There hasn't been a price increase for the last 2 agreements, which is particularly noteworthy when looking at the prices residents and other communities pay for the service. Previous board's majority consensus for this agreement has really focused more on maintaining service for price value as the priority for this agreement, and also for keeping the option simple and straightforward for the bidders to respond to. The previous scope in 2015 included really just 2 base bid options, one for the current service level with every other week recycling, and then the second was to receive the same service that the Rock Creek HOA agreement includes, which has weekly rather than every other week recycling, and then some additional bid alt items like bulk item and organic service. So big picture timeline wise, this agreement ends this year. So the board agenda time set for tonight was for discussing the recommendation that came from the ACES committee for the scope of services for the next agreement. The committee developed this recommendation after working with staff over the last few months to post a questionnaire first to receive community feedback about this service. And then the committee got together during their June meeting and reviewed the community feedback information and finalized their recommendation, which I can bring up here on the screen. Both of these documents are attached with the packet tonight. The objective that staff had for this particular item was to get direction from the board on the scope of services from ACES based on their recommendation for the board to consider tonight. And then staff will work with the town attorney over the next few weeks to finalize and then post this RFP for this service. And then we'll plan to bring back an agreement for the board to consider this fall. As I noted earlier, we have members of ACES here tonight, both Chair Essie Snell and committee member Jim Zarski are with us. So we can quickly go through the scope options if you'd like, and then touch on the community feedback. Or if the board doesn't need to go over this info from the packet and wants to get into discussing the specific scope options, both Essie and Jim are available and can help clarify questions from their recommendation and talk about the community feedback they received from their questionnaire. So I'll pause and see if there's some.
I just have a really quick question. Based on the survey and the memo overview that you just gave us, Martin, it does seem like a lot of the folks that answered the survey or responded are looking for weekly recycling. And that doesn't look to be on the scope of services requested other than a second recycling cart to kind of manage that. Can someone explain that to me, or am I missing something fundamental?
You're not missing something. I think the focus, where the committee, I think when they reviewed the questionnaire data, was more of a focus on picking up organics or the compostables, and less, I think they received less or understood there to be less significant support for having a second recycling cart, but adding the additional service to have the compost service. So I think I agree that it's there, but the consensus wasn't as strong for a second recycling cart as it was for organics pickup service.
No, and I guess maybe I didn't state that really well. Because right now we have every other week for recycling, and it looked to be that, a number of folks were complaining about that because the recycling bin was stuffed to the brim or they're throwing the trash out. But, we haven't altered the cadence of every other week to every week for recycling, other than potentially augmenting it with a second cart. So why didn't we, as part of the scope of work, investigate the possibility of weekly recycling?
That's absolutely an option for the board if you'd like to include that. That wasn't what the committee wanted to recommend. Their focus
and that's my question. Like, why not every week for recycling? And that's the only piece I think I'm missing.
I think that's, the committee chair can maybe answer that.
Am I missing? Am I being dumb? I'm not in charge of the garbage in my house. My recycling is only picked up every other week?
No, Rock Creek's every week.
Okay,
I was going to ask the same question. I'm definitely picked up every week.
Right. I was like, wait a minute.
This is for everything.
I'm sorry if I misstated that. In Rock Creek, it is every week. And also in Rock Creek, you have the opportunity for a second can at no charge.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. The Rock
And
Creek,
you can opt into organics separately as well.
Mm-hmm.
the Rock Creek contract is managed by the Rock Creek HOA, and they have different.
Right.
Yeah, different services slightly.
So I'm gonna agree with Neil in saying that I'd like to see some kind of, if we're creating a list that we want companies to bid on, I think we absolutely should include an option for what would a service mirroring what Rock Creek has, i.e. weekly recycle collection, what would that be? I was also a little confused by this scope option list. To me, it's almost too many choices. So maybe the committee could kind of speak to how they created this list and why there's so many options.
Sure. So, hi everyone. This is Essie Snell, Chair of ACES. I guess first to Trustee Shaw's point, the reason that we didn't originally include a particular item for weekly recycling as well as everything else is that that's one of the items that, based on the survey that the town fielded, there was very negative responses to that particular option, which was really surprising. Whereas there was sort of mixed or positive feedback with regards to some of the other options. And so sort of the things that we looked at included adding compostables as part of the service, changing or basically adding the ability to have different sizes of trash and recycling receptacles that people could use. And I think those were largely the main things that we got feedback on. So I think, certainly as a committee, I expect that everyone would agree that if we could move towards, weekly recycling, that's certainly not a bad thing. But the reason that we didn't include that was just because of the survey feedback. And so really, we looked at a number of different combinations of possibilities, and that's really where this list came from, is trying to figure out exactly, how much different options might cost, which is something that the town hasn't traditionally done. Again, this is just for sort of the non-Rock Creek part of Superior. And so eventually, sort of our committee's hope is that when both Rock Creek and town waste contracts come up, that we could sort of merge those eventually, but that's not going to come up for a number of years. And so that's why we're only looking at the current scope for the existing town contract.
So Essie, you said that the survey indicated people did not want weekly recycle pickup? Because I'm looking at page 6 of 18, and there's several comments on here that says we want weekly pickup.
Yeah, so if you look at, I'm looking at slide 12, I believe. There's a question about, would you support having weekly recycling service instead of the current every other week recycling service if there was an increased cost? About 55% were somewhat or very unsupportive of that, which was sort of one of the stronger, unsupportive comments within the survey, which was really surprising to us. That's not what we expected. And to your point, there are a number of comments as well specifically asking for weekly recycling service. So, if we went to amend the scope to also include just looking at how much it would cost to include weekly recycling service, I think we would be open to that as well. Certainly, the more we can encourage recycling, the better.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Essie. That did answer my question. And I guess, the point on whatever page that was, I think you guys did couch it really well in the sense that, I think everybody wants it if it's free, but if it's going to cost more, the answer is heck no. And that's something that, obviously within Rock Creek, we don't have discretion there. So I think you guys, given that background, I do agree with the scope that you laid it out. Thanks.
So Matt, I have a scoping question for you. I've certainly issued a number of RFPs in my career, but none for waste collection before. So in terms of vendor responses, how many options are reasonable to propose in this RFP? Is it reasonable to ask them to ask each vendor to provide 6 different price points, or should we be targeting 2 or only 1, or what can we ask for here?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we did have 2 bid alternates in our last bid, as Martin mentioned, but I think we're going to get better response from vendors if we have less options for them to have to think about a bid on.
Right. Okay, so we're thinking like 2 to 3 is probably the right amount.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Yep. Okay. I mean, with that in mind, I agree. We're looking at 5 different options here. I kind of want to just do a low, medium, high. I think someone in the survey, in the comments, they made a really great point, which they said that this question, number 8, I think it is, I can't quite see the top of it, that it's really hard for people, question 8, that it's really hard for people to say yes or no to this because it depends how much more is it going to cost. So I would really like for us to maybe have an option where, yes, there is weekly recycling, an option without, and then some sort of in the middle one. And then once we have numbers, that's when we can kind of make the determination.
If we're going to go with fewer options, I think the one thing that I would insist upon us including, not just because I believe it was bore out in the survey itself, but because of the direct feedback I've heard from our residents, is to include some type of composting option. So whatever options we do put out there for pricing, I think compost needs to at least be available for one of them.
Completely agree.
So, interest of efficiency, I'm going to throw out a couple proposals, and I'd love to hear reactions to it. I would love to see included in the RFP option A, our current scope, so we can get the baseline, see if there's an increase from years past. I think then an option that is recycling every week, but no compost, and an option that is recycling every week and the option for compost.
Yeah.
So feel free to do that. Yeah, wanted to have something on the table.
I like those proposals, Laura.
Need Laura to say them again, please.
So option one would be exactly the same scope we have now. Recycle every other week, no compost. Option two is recycling every week, but no compost. And option three is recycling every week and the option to add compost.
So the one addition here, and it was borne out in the comments as well, you know, a lot of people don't like the fact that the trash can is this massive container and they're paying for filling it up every week and they never come close to it. So I think ACES did a fantastic job with item D in, you know, sort of bifurcating, you know, a couple different sizes of trash cans so that the people who don't generate trash aren't subsidizing the ones that produce a ton of trash. And I mean, using myself as an example, our trash can is like 10% full per week. I put it out every month. So, you know, but, you know, I'm paying for a weekly service. You know, so in addition to what Laura laid out, I'd really like to see either, you know, item D or E so that there is some discretion to at least parse out what, you know, a large bin costs relative to a small bin, or there's, you know, people who are generating a lot of trash have to pay more for it.
I think I did see that comment a lot, Neil. I think from the trash company's perspective, it's kind of a greater cost managing all of these different size bins. You'd think that a smaller bin would be less for them to deal with in terms of costs for dumping it and everything. But I think just given the volume that they're dealing with, and this is something they should answer, not me speculating on, but this is just from my discussions with various people in that industry over the last several years. I think that's trash bin management becomes a big issue when you've got multiple sizes and then all these different requests. I want a big one, I want a little one, I want this, I want that. And, you know, and then you want different price points for the different size bins. It just becomes a one size fits all kind of becomes a much easier thing for them to manage.
No, I don't disagree. You know, you know, one size fits all is going to be a lot more advantageous from a billing and management perspective. But the reality is other communities did this decades ago. When we lived in Oregon 10 years ago, you had a basic bin. If you want a large bin or something else, you paid every week for it. They kept track of it, and that was that. That was 10 years ago. So they have figured it out. Obviously, for everybody, you know, we all wear the same color clothes. It's going to be a heck of a lot easier to manufacture them. But you know, let's ask these guys, and then let's look at what they offer us, and then offer that out as a choice. I mean, let's give the consumer the choice rather than making it for them, based on what the trash companies say.
So Neil, is there a way we could mute? No.
Neil, your audio's not great. So just FYI, it's
my audio or Neil's?
Neil's audio's is it's kind of cutting in and out, and it kind of sounds like you're out in the wind, but I know.
So Neil, it just feels like if we did that, it would almost have to be a matrix, right? And so what if we just did something simple and we, you know, would you consider some type of rebate or economic incentive for customers who selected a smaller bin? If so, describe. And everybody's going to say, yes, we would, and it's to be discussed. And then we don't use it for evaluation purposes, but we try to negotiate in some type of rebate. Because I don't know anything about trash hauling, but it feels like it's in the community and the world's best interest to have less trash, but the cost in the hauling has to be getting that darn truck and the labor to pick up the stuff. And, you know, the difference between whatever they are, 32 gallon versus 44 gallon, the cost of picking it up, it's not like you're really paying for somebody else's garbage for that hauler. For in terms of your, you know, your footprint on the earth, you're paying, but maybe we can get at it another way just by asking that open-ended question. I really like the simplicity that Laura articulated with, we want 3 choices, A, B, and C, and then there's the bonus question, would you consider some type of rebate or economic incentive for customers who selected a smaller bin? If so, explain. Could we get it that way, Neil, so it doesn't have to be a, you know, a six different choices or a matrix?
Yeah, no, I apologize for the audio issue there a second ago, but yeah, I like the way that you phrase that. I think that gets at the same sort of end state for, you know, letting people select down.
Right.
And, you know, to the point of, or just a second, I mean, to the point of what does it cost for trash? And the other piece you're paying for here is space in the truck and space in the landfill. So that goes into the calculation too. And if everybody used smaller bins, then arguably everyone's cost could come down within Rock Creek or all of Superior.
Right. I'd even be down for some type of community, you know, outside of the hauling, you know, if you select a smaller bin and you self-certify that you've selected a smaller bin, we'll give you $100 off on your water bill or something else. I don't care, or $100 credit. You know, it'd be interesting to see if we could find some grant program or community-based program that would encourage people to have a smaller footprint.
And not to throw another wrench or option out there, but I think there's a good point being made that this is an opportunity not just to put in place a waste contract, but to take steps towards our sustainability goals and push those goals forward. Frankly, I would love to see an option that mirrors what happens in Boulder, where you've got a smaller garbage can. However, you then have 2 larger cans, a compost can and a recycling can. And the theory behind that is that when you have your compost and you have your recycling, you are actually diverting your waste more appropriately, and therefore you don't need that larger garbage can. So you're, in essence, everyone still is meeting their needs, but we're doing better getting the different waste products in the proper streams.
Actually, Ken, you're right, because you reminded me of the chart that ACES showed us a few months ago. I mean, our diversion relative to our neighbors is atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
I think the lack of organics is a piece of it, but, you know, having the one size giant bin is absolutely another piece of it, because you can fit everything in there. Tree branches that you could have just driven to the yard waste, or something that's a little complicated that you could drive to Charm, but it's easier to throw it in the bin. So those are the kind of, you know, sort of steps that, you know, are beneficial for the community to make.
So I'm just going to ask the sort of bear in the room for me, which is, we're talking about, you know, roughly what, 10% of the households in Superior compared to the Rock Creek contract. Are they tied together in any way? Do they, when we put the bid out, how close is that on top of Rock Creek HOA's bid? You know, I mean, I'm already jealous that the town contract folks pay less. I mean, I wish I could pay less because I'm a single person household. But do we work at all with Rock Creek on their contract, or do we just operate completely independently and leave this to a group of volunteers to negotiate it?
Right now, my understanding is that the contracts are completely separate. And so until the contracts come up and both end in the same year, it's going to be very difficult to coordinate between the 2 of them. And so effectively for right now, they're entirely separate. And so that is one of the reasons too for the cost issue is another reason for considering multiple volumetric options with regards to waste and recycling. Because although to Trustee Ryan's point, you know, you do have a certain charge that is just for rolling the trucks. There are also volumetric charges as well. And so if you can show, because basically you sign up, typically how this works is that you sign up to have a set size container or receptacle for the whole year so that the company can plan for the maximum amount of volume that it may receive. And then the prices are adjusted according to that sort of maximum theoretical volume. And so with having different volumetric options, not only do you have the opportunity to promote sustainability goals and help us get closer waste diversion levels of all the communities around us, but you also have the opportunity to potentially negotiate lower rates as well in the contract if you're looking at a lower total volume. And so that's the reason that came up originally, and I understand that complicates things a lot. But that's sort of the perspective that ACES was coming to it with, is both promoting the sustainability goals, but then also trying to limit the size of the increase that will happen, because up until now we've had a contract that's been a very long-term contract where rates have stayed low for a long time, and so it seems fairly likely that there's going to be a pretty substantial increase anyway in the rates, even for the base case.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to what Essie said, it's really a multivariable equation. I mean, you can decrease volume sizes and it can get cheaper. And the reason why we end up with so many options, I mean, I get trying to simplify this, but we end up with so many options because we need the data to really determine what makes the best sense. And if we go down in container sizes and add things like composting, the cost may not change a whole lot, but we don't know that until we ask the question for that data. And it's just speculation at this point.
So Jim, I agree. I just think that if you bring in a multivariable equation into a trash hauling RFP, you're gonna have people throw up their hands, right? I mean,
yeah,
I'd rather do the RFP and then we can make the award based on identical criteria. And then once we have the partner, we can negotiate with that partner to say, listen, we want to work with you for, better incentives to reduce our footprint. What can we do? But it feels like that's not the material thing we need to do is, structurally, we need to be able to evaluate based on the feedback we got from the community. The key feedback we got from the community was, I love my trash. I like my recycling. I'd like my recycling more if it came more frequently, but I don't know how much I want to pay. Now you need that data point. Let's figure it out. And maybe it's not that big a deal. And at the same time, we have our broader town goal to reduce our footprint. And I think we could do so. But if we start bringing in a level of complexity into the RFP, I think we're going to shoot ourselves.
If I might add one more thing too, I just want to draw your attention to question 5 as well from the survey, because about 85% of all the respondents suggested that they would really like the option to have different size bins or to be able to pick and choose their size containers. So just throwing that out there too, as it were, pun not intended.
Okay, thanks for those comments. We do have one hand raised for public comment, and go there. Next, Mike, you're up for public comment. If you could just identify with your last name, that'd be great, please.
Sure. Mike Foster, you appointed me to ACES earlier this evening, so I want to say thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. Solid waste is a passion of mine. It's a big part of my background, so I've enjoyed hearing this discussion tonight. I think the economics of garbage and recycling will provide that incentive for residents to make the smart choice. In my experience, having a hauler put together responses for different options is a marginal cost for them. They've done this across the country. They're really good at it. I think if you provide them with a matrix of what you're looking for, whether that's a 32, 64, 96 gallon cart for garbage, and a 64-gallon cart for once a week recycling. The hauling industry has this dialed in pretty well. And so I don't think you're going to be put into a position of not being able to get the comparative data that you're looking for. I think a simple matrix table with all of your options will make it very easy for them to plug and play and put in the price. and you'll get the data that you're looking for and the services that the community is ultimately requesting.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. And congrats on your appointment. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional public comment? If you're on the phone, you can press *9 and raise your hand. Or just use the raise hand if you're on regular Zoom. Okay. We'll go back to further discussion.
I think
Maybe-
I'm okay with what ACE has presented. Let's just put this out there, and if it comes back with no response, then we'll have a data point.
Just from a perspective, just for information for the board, I think, and related to Trustee Hammerly's question of whether the HOA contract and the town's contract are connected, they're not. But we've received favorable pricing from the current hauler because they're already serving Rock Creek. So they have 4,000 counts already. So from a efficiency, it's easy for them to tack on the town's customers and keep the price low. So we've benefited from that. So that's something to keep in mind. I mean, ultimately, it'll be good to coordinate with the HOA and bid these contracts out together. The HOA did a long-term renewal a few years back, so that's kind of preventing us from doing that now. But in the future, that would be the way to go, because we'll have, over 1,000 customers eventually, and we'll have the Rock Creek customers, and so we'll get a lot of interest from haulers for that. So right now, our customer count's a little low, which may be a disincentive for some haulers to bid, but we're hoping we get some good bids. But just some additional perspective for the board to consider.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any additional comments? So in terms of next steps, I mean, we do have ACE's list of recommendations. We heard Laura's list of recommendations, just which I kind of tend to go more to the ABC list, but wouldn't mind hearing the additional variables. So I guess the staff got clear direction from the board as to kind of where to go next with this process.
I mean, I think what I've heard, I think what makes sense is what was recommended with the current base, and then bid alternate for recycling every week, and then the third one would be with composting. That's a good base, and then we get the bids and see what they come in at. And I think, as was mentioned, that if we select a hauler, we can work with them to see about additional trash bin sizes for our customers and see what that looks like.
Okay.
Personally, I think we got to ask for the sort of the bifurcation of the different carts at the front end, because otherwise they're going to come back and say, "Yeah, we can't do that. Sorry." I think the survey responses, as he alluded to, I mean, 65%, 2/3 of the responses really want to look at some other smaller, different size bins. Let's at least try to get the information at the front end.
And actually, it's even 85, so it's even higher than that.
That's true.
And also, not to interrupt, but I just also want to draw your attention to the line item at the very bottom too, because this was something that there's a lot of interest in, is also looking for, just to see what the cost would be if we also looked at alternative transportation for the trucks. So moving towards, something like electric trucks, for example. So just want to make sure that that's in the discussion as well.
Well, Republic just signed an agreement with Nikola for some electric trucks that no one's ever seen. So, possible.
And they're on non-electric vehicles too that are low emissions. So, but yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? All right. Thanks, Essie and Jim, for for your work on this and reviewing the survey and getting us some good information. Appreciate you being on the meeting tonight and all the work that you are doing for us. So, and thanks to staff as well for getting the survey going. Anything further before we adjourn? It's actually not 11 o'clock yet. We got some more time here we could spend on something. All right, if nothing further, we will adjourn the meeting. Everyone have a good night.